I need to pause to point out that this isn't even the most impressive thing Helix99 did in DMC3. I am fairly convinced that they're the best DMC3 player out there, even having gone as far as completing all SS ranks from a new game with no style and no weapon upgrades, which is a challenge I wouldn't dare touch him with a 20-foot pole if I'm being honest.
So, guess what I've been doing for the last 2 years? Okay, I promise I'll show you the entire challenge, including every mission and the strategy I chose for them. You can check the description for the exact sections that show the playthrough if that's all you came for. But as you read the title, this challenge cost me 2 years and caused me permanent physical damage. More on that later. So I feel like I earned the right to talk a little bit before we dive into the gameplay. I've been thinking about the end product of this challenge for this entire process, and I just can't help but think about that we need to start with this image. I took this picture 18 years ago, and I preserve it in the same archive as my childhood photos. The image metadata preserved what my fading memory could not, which is the exact date, August 22nd, 2007. I do, however, remember taking this picture right after getting my SS rank in Mission 19. I was wearing my school uniform and I was waiting for my mom to arrive to drive me to class. I was extremely shy and hated having my photo taken back then. I took this photo on a Nokia 6131 flip phone. I used to take pictures of difficult achievements in my PlayStation 2 games back then, which included a Foxhound rank in Metal Gear 3, a 100% screen in Kingdom Hearts, a picture proving I had finished Fatal Frame 3 on Nightmare mode and gotten all Mission S ranks, some 100% in Guitar Hero, and the list goes on. But this one was special. Nothing had remotely come close to the blood, sweat, and tears I had shed to get this picture. But what was so special about it? What made it stand out from all the others? Why am I still sentimentally attached to this picture almost 20 years later? If you've done this challenge before, then you already know the answer to that question. If not, we'll need to go a little further back in the past. When I bought Devil May Cry 3 back in 2006, yes, I'm gonna tell my whole life story, okay? I'm old. I feel like I've earned the right to go into these long tangents about pointless topics. When I bought Devil May Cry 3 back in 2006, I did not know what to expect. Back then, I mostly enjoyed playing horror games. I associated anything with the Capcom logo with the likes of Resident Evil, Dino Crisis, and Haunting Ground. So when I saw the cover for Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening, ooh, devil, so edgy, I knew this was going to be on my lane. And with no hesitation, I bought it with my mom's money. I get home, I put on the disc, I select new game, and I'm greeted with a beautiful cutscene. A narrator describing the legend of Sparta over beautiful, haunting music. All the while two twins battle an intense sword fight. The dance is mesmerizing, and the scene is edited to make us intentionally confuse the two. The stage was set, and I was fully invested. Then, a phone rings. The next cutscene rolls, and I realized the game is definitely not what I was expecting. But it wouldn't be long before I would completely forget about it. We're introduced to Dante, an immature goofball who clearly doesn't take anything seriously. His entrepreneur's ventures are interrupted when a horde of demons invade his home, and one of the coolest action cutscenes plays out. It is clear that this is our main character, and it's also clear that he's a total badass. I mean, he's surfing on demons, shooting cue balls, and kicking ass left and right, all without dropping his pizza. I can't wait to take control of him and see what he can do. And then... yeah, this game is hard. Doubly so because I played the original Dante's Awakening, in which the normal difficulty was the special edition's hard. You're already thrown into a horde of enemies and get hit within 2 seconds of the game's start. Before you can even figure out what each button does, you're already being massacred. I eventually reverse engineered everything you can do. From the get-go, I can jump, side roll, attack with your sword, and shoot with my gun, which is sufficient for me to make my way through the wave of enemies and earn a B rank? Wait, what the fuck is stylish points? The game rates you at the end of every mission, and I've played enough Capcom games at this point to know that this is an invitation for us to get the best ranks across the board. But let's put a pin on that. Now that we know how to play, we can access the Customize tab and check how we can tailor our character. And this guy gives us so much stuff from the get-go.
There's an actions tab where you can buy new moves to your weapons, there's a guns tab where you can increase the power of your guns, and last but not least, there's a style tab, where you're given 4 options of style: Trickster, Swordmaster, Gunslinger, and Royalguard. The style defines the action of the circle button, and sometimes more. This gives you so much room for customization from the get-go. With Trickster you can dash and wall climb, giving you so much more mobility. With Swordmaster the circle button gives you extra moves, like Propeller with Rebellion. With Gunslinger, your default shot's faster and you get to do the twosome time and Rainstorm. And with Royalguard... what the fuck is this? Yeah, clearly this style isn't very useful. The journey to finish the game is extremely satisfying. You see more of Dante taunting big enemies for you to fight, get your ass kicked, and then the game tell you to go fuck yourself and switch to easy mode. You have to put up with Jester, you get cool new weapons like a nunchuck and a guitar that summons bats, you upgrade your favorite styles and unlock new style moves. There's an economy system, where killing enemies rewards you with red orbs you can trade for new moves, gun upgrades, life upgrades, or items if you're a coward. You can also upgrade your max HP by finding blue orb fragments, 4 of which grant you a small life upgrade. Fragments can be found in hidden areas through the missions, by doing secret missions that require you to do sometimes fun and sometimes extremely annoying tasks, and through combat ejaculators where you need to use a specific weapon and bump your style rating to break it. After mission 8 you will unlock the Devil Trigger, which allows you to become stronger for a period of time. You can bump your Devil Trigger by buying purple orbs, and that also unlocks a super secret Devil Trigger explosion that the game never tells you about and some people to this day don't know exist. You get 2 more styles through the game that allow you to use your Devil Trigger to either stop time or create a clone of yourself that can also be played by a second controller. You get to have an ass-kicking session with your brother against a giant jelly blob, and all this culminates in an epic final battle that circles back to the intro cutscene. The game tries to take itself a little too seriously, which is hilarious.
We are the sons of Sparta. Within each of us flows his blood. But more importantly, his soul!
But the fight does pack some emotional weight. The friendly banter between brothers is relatable to anyone that has siblings, and importantly, the combat itself is epic. The ending is awesome, it's beautifully directed, the music is amazing, we have a final ass-kicking session during the credits with Lady on our side, and if you manage to kill over 100 enemies, the game gives you a pat in the back and an extra cutscene with Vergil fighting Mundus. Game over, thank you for coming. That's all there is to the game. Please throw your popcorn on the bins on the way out. Except... when you beat the game, you get an image and a sentence, which will change depending on which difficulty you finish the game. These images will be important later on, but we'll put a pin on them for now. You also unlock new costumes and the hard difficulty. Ooh. And if you're a completionist, you will want to play on the harder level. I mean, we know how the game works now, right? We should be ready for it. Well, it turns out it's even easier than expected because all the weapons and upgrades you bought so far carry over to the harder difficulty. So even though the enemies are tankier and do more damage, you get to replay the whole game by being way wackier with more health and Devil Trigger from the get-go. This playthrough will give you a chance to explore other styles, buy the remaining actions you didn't get in your first playthrough, find missing blue orb fragments, and max out everything if you want. Upon finishing it, you get another image and another sentence. Ooh, and an even higher difficulty. Dante must die. But I mean, hard mode was a breeze, so this one's just more of the same, right? I just love that the game gives you such a confidence boost when you play on hard, only to give you the mightiest of fuck yous if you decide to try Dante Must Die. But in this mode, enemy damage quadruples relative to normal. Enemies are faster and tank extra hits, and some gain extra moves as well. Some fights have different enemy sets, and my favorite part is the Devil Trigger system. Remember Mission 6's Trial of Warrior when enemies had purple aura and you had to turn them off with dials? That's the Devil Trigger, and on Dante Must Die, every enemy has the potential to DT. And yes, that includes bosses. This is how it works. Enemies start out normal, but if you either wait too long and / or kill other enemies, the surviving ones will eventually DT. In other words, each enemy has a DT meter that increases with time and by watching their friends get butchered. A DT enemy takes a third of the damage and is harder to knock back, so they'll take longer to kill and you will have harder time interrupting their attacks with your own. Oftentimes, you'll not be able to escape an eventual DT, but if you're able to reverse engineer the mechanics, that gives you so many options to plan your battle. For example, you can kill stronger enemies without DT as fast as possible and deal with weaker enemies in isolation despite the DT, or you can lower everyone's HP before dealing with DT, and even attempt to finish them all off at the same time to prevent any of them from DTing in the first place. Finally, when enemies come in progressive waves, you can also try to kill multiple enemies as fast as possible so they don't count toward the DT meter of the following enemies. I don't know if this is my rose-tinted glasses speaking, but I really think the DMD mechanic peaked in DMC3, and it all went downhill from there. Like in DMC4 and DMC5, I barely can tell if an enemy is in DT, and I never felt any incentive to actually plan my strategy before going in and sitting devil triggering everything into oblivion. It may have been me being an idiot teenager, but my first playthrough on DMD and Dante's Awakening was absolutely miserable, and the game made sure to remind me at every ranking screen how terrible I was playing. I still vividly remember my ranking on every mission. I don't have the picture, but I can kind of recreate it. I got a B on missions 1 and 20, and in every other mission I got a C, except for missions 5 and 8, where I achieved the incredible feat of getting a D rank. Okay, I hear you from across the screen. Where is the damn challenge? So maybe this is a good moment for us to set the ground rules for what this video is actually about, but so help me God, there will be more intermissions throughout the video because damn it, I have so many stories and I think this is my last chance to tell them. Bring in the cue card! So this is the challenge that we will do in this video. We will start a new game save file on Dante Must Die difficulty, and we need to get an SS rank in every mission. For the uninitiated, an SS rank means getting an S rating in time, orbs, stylish points, damage, and items. This is different from a regular S rank where you can still get an S by getting either 2 A's or 1 B in any criteria. Using any items in any mission voids your S rating. So this is a no items challenge, and on Dante Must Die specifically, you are not allowed to take any damage, which if you ask anyone who got all SS ranks, is by far the hardest part of getting an SS. For this particular challenge, I'm not allowed to use any style action, which includes benefiting from the quick fire warranted by Gunslinger. I'm also not allowed to get any upgrades, which means no life upgrades, no DT upgrades, no new actions, and no gun upgrades. But I am allowed to use the weapons I obtain or find through the game. My style level can go up since I'm not allowed to use it anyways. Finally, when I get Devil Trigger, I am not allowed to turn it on. This is just a mild inconvenience, since a no upgrade Devil Trigger is basically useless. But when you're already stripped of all resources, this does make a few things more difficult, as we'll later see. A little bit of history about this challenge. The version we were allowed to use DT has been completed 3 times. Once in 2012 in the PC06 version by Japanese player Roku? Yeah, there you go. Another time in 2022 by Malaysian player Helix99 on a PS4 HD Collection version, and then one more time in 2024 by player Gabriel Lopes in the PS3 HD Collection version. Roku's 2012 video was absolutely monumental, and I think it's safe to say it was a starting point for both future runs from Helix and Gabriel. There are a lot of captions in Japanese throughout Roku's video, and a lot of cool insights about the game's mechanics that the player has highlighted. Although I can understand none of it, you can sort of infer a few based on what's on the screen. I think it would be fantastic to have the entire thing translated by someone fluent in Japanese, but I don't think anyone's willing to go through the effort, sadly. With 3 examples of successful runs, I have lots of options for strategy to be inspired by. I will start describing missions in chronological order, but there will be intermissions when you least expect it. Ready, set, go! Normally this is the easiest mission to assess, but now that we only have Rebellion and Ebony and Ivory to work with, well, yeah, it's still one of the easiest ones. However, one thing that becomes abundantly clear when practicing this mission is that you absolutely must keep the style meter high at all times. Like yeah, the damage part is even harder than usual, but we will have to learn how to live with the crippling anxiety that when we finally get a hitless mission, we still have a very high chance of failing style. It will be very important to do practice runs with damage to have a sense of what style rating you're getting, but any no damage run would likely have a lower style rating because we likely played safe and less aggressive. Oh yeah, that reminds me, there's a lot of misinformation going on about stylish points in the game, so let's take a minute to talk about how it actually works. Have you ever wondered how the stylish points value that shows up on your ranking screen is calculated? The answer is surprisingly simple, but we also need to consider the consequences of this simple answer. The style is the weighted average of all the damage you did in the game, where the damage with no style weights 1000, any damage in dope does 2000, crazy is 3000, blast 4000, alright 5000, sweet 6000, showtime 7000, and stylish 8000. That's it, it's simple as that. And this simplicity has a lot of consequences for the way you play. So here are a few things to take note of. 1. Taunting does not technically give you stylish points. You may notice that you get higher style when you taunt, but that's not because taunting is doing anything, but because it's raising your style bar without you having to do any damage. Taunting after defeating the final enemy does absolutely nothing to your style, even if your bar raises. 2. Whenever someone says this,
theoretically you could get a perfect 8000 score, but you'd have to do all of the damage done on the mission in a triple S rank, which if you know the style meter system isn't possible because you have to build it up there first.
That is not true. In fact, there are many examples of people finishing missions with 8000 stylish points. There are a bajillion ways to raise your style without doing damage, which include taunting, side rolling, kick jumping, dashing, sky star, air trick, royal blocking, parrying attacks with your sword,
hitting shields that do no damage, just to name a few. Do note, however, that most of the items in this list require the use of style, and since almost all of these moves have a cooldown period, in this specific challenge we'll often need to do damage to raise our style. 3. When you do something that raises your style significantly, such as Devil Trigger Explosion, the points will go toward the midpoint between your original style bar and your final style bar. For example, suppose without loss of generality that the prize HP is 100 damage points. If you have an empty style bar, DTE, and go to stylish rating, you contribute 400 points toward a rating 4500, which is the midpoint between 1000, or the empty bar, and 8000, the full stylish bar. 4. Note that the unit of measurement here is damage, not time, not hits, damage. It doesn't matter if you million stab a single enemy for a whole straight minute, the contribution here is going to be just the tiny damage that the million stab does to the enemy. 5. For Dante Must Die difficulty, you deal a third of the damage on enemies in DT. This means that your idea of leaving the DT enemy in full HP to quote-unquote farm style does not work. I mean, it works, but to a much smaller extent than you may think. If you kill a DT enemy with an average of 6,000 stylish points, this is exactly the same as killing the same enemy without DT with an average of 6,000 stylish points. But psychologically, it may not feel like it. Take the Rooks in Mission 16 for example. Without DT, they are super quick to kill. But with DT and full HP, they take absolutely forever. When you kill a DT Rook, you'll see the style bar super high for a very long time. But all this effort will matter just as much as the Rook you kill super fast. I hope this makes sense. 6. The best thing you can do to farm style is to crazy combo multiple enemies in high style. All the HP lost by all the enemies in the combo will come toward a high style rating. So taunt, block, trick, side row, do whatever it is to raise your style bar, then crazy combo to bring it to an SSS as soon as possible, and you'll have an insane rating at the end. The classic example is a trick you've definitely seen in Mission 15 where you use Trickster Witchcraft to raise your bar to SSS without doing damage, then releasing a DT that's a lot of damage toward 8000. Now that we're well educated with the style system, let us return to Mission 1. In Mission 1 specifically, both orbs and style will depend on your style since you get more orbs when you kill enemies with the higher style rating. The two secret sauces here are 1. Million stab as much as possible when there are multiple enemies, and 2. Find a Rebellion combo that doesn't repeat much. I like to corner enemies and do combo 1, High Time, Hellbreaker, and combo 2, followed by a taunt. And with this knowledge, and also the knowledge that I had no idea about any of this when I recorded this attempt, I present you Mission 1.
Sweet dreams. Is that it? Blast off! Is that it? Blast off! Breakdown! Hey, do your job! Breakdown! Let's start the party! Blast off! Breakdown! Hey, do your job! Breakdown! Come on, man. Blast off! Blast off! Hey, do your job! Breakdown!
Barely. Oh, come on, come on, come on. First mission. It's just style. It's just style. Yes! Oh my god, we did the first one. There's no way I'm gonna do this entire challenge, just for the record, but we did the first one. Pretty cool.
So mission 2 is more of the same, and while I can already feel myself breaking a sweat, it's not yet where the misery of this challenge begins. We start the first wave of prides by melee and stabbing to bump our style, then finish them off with a small rebellion combo variation. The second wave contains 4 lusts, and I always want to make sure to kill them first. A well-positioned melee stab puts them both together in a corner, and you can hit both with combo ones. Once an enemy is killed, the third lust spawns, and once a second enemy is killed, the fourth one spawns. Again, I prioritize them so they don't DT. If I could redo this mission, I'd turn from the lust way more often to isolate them in corners. Only in mission 4 will I learn to do this more efficiently, out of necessity. Finally, when sloths spawn, I need to either kill or significantly lower their HP before they DT. The time limit is very strict here, and a DT slot will take forever to kill with your current setup. Recall that we still have a Vanguard fight to endure later on. I try to avoid hitting prides by accident to prevent any slot from DTing. Despite the high risk of DT, I still prefer to destroy the rat earlier to prevent it from entering DT as well. We then reach the boss fight. The Vanguard will lower your style significantly and take very long to kill. I'll later learn in mission 11 that parrying his attacks multiple times is a great way to increase style and prevent your rating from going too far down. But here I simply parry once and side roll, which is somewhat efficient. His triple teleport will bring my style to 0, because you have no resources to attack him except Helmbreaker. What follows is not my best work, but a successful take is a successful take. Enjoy.
Sweet dreams.
I really can't match today, man.
You scared? You scared? Come on, you scared? You scared?
I didn't even check my orbs. Yes! Oh, this was painful, but we did it. Forgot to change the style to Royalguard too. Whatever. Thanks for the GG's, Lise. Okay, before I talk about Mission 3, I need to go on another tangent, and I'm really sorry. There are just some things that everyone who got an SS on D&D had to learn at some point, such as off-camera enemies don't attack, so camera work is very important to kill enemies in isolation. Invisibility frames are granted in many moves, including but not limited to jumping, side rolling, almost all trickster actions, and activating Quicksilver. Royalguard parries are easier if you jump or side roll because of the aforementioned iframes. The lock on display shows the enemy's HP in quarters, so you can tell roughly how close to dying they are. Taunting grants you a bump in style and a free DT recovery. You can break Vergil summon swords with Quicksilver and Kalina N. DTE can quickly clear hordes of enemies easily. You can quickfire with Spiral, Kalina N, and Shotgun by either cancelling the recovery by switching to ENI or using Royalguard's parry. However, there are many things you don't need to know to get an SS, and as a matter of fact I didn't, such as there's a Rebellion attack, the high time that doesn't launch the enemy to the air, and it's one of the best moves in the entire game because the enemy comes down lying on the floor and you can surf and isolate him right away. There are many battles you don't need to know where enemies spawn and when, because you can just kill them all with DTE or some other cheap tricks. The example that comes to mind are the Lust in Mission 12, which you can kill just by staying up in the air and spamming that air raid beam, whatever it's called. When Cerberus switches heads, he will always do the move of the head he just switched to. There's a maximum of 5 enemies that can be in a room when fighting against Hellgreeds. The stairs are a safe spot to avoid Nevin's floor electrocution move. Lady will switch positions if you stay too close to her in phase 1. In the chessboard, when the king trades with the rook, the same rook will attack 2 seconds after the trade. Mission 3 is a turning point in this challenge, and one where I seriously ponder not moving forward with it. At this stage, I'm barely getting used to the no upgrade way of playing, and I will need to face one of the hardest bosses in the game with just Rebellion and no style or upgrades. Fortunately, I had some examples to guide me through this, but watching videos don't tell you the whole story. It's hard to pick apart the slight nuances from the one successful run without watching failed attempts and understanding why they failed. This is something you need to learn yourself, the hard way, and there's no better way to learn than to just dive right in and start trying. The first fight is the Love Planet. While not too dissimilar to the previous missions, you need to do this fight both extremely stylishly and fast. Furthermore, without most of your typical resources, Lusts become more of a menace, so it's also important to know exactly where they spawn. The best way to deal with them is to use what I call the fake high time for the rest of the video. We isolated with them and combo them to death. It technically doesn't matter much if it's lost DT here, but you want to avoid full HP DTs. First because the time limit of this mission is 10 minutes, and as we'll now see, the Cerberus fight will take a while. And second, as we'll also now see, the Cerberus fight is freaking evil, and you want to get to him as soon as possible. So rehearsing the Love Planet fight and getting out of it ASAP is a must. I try to avoid mistakes so I'm not resetting here all the time, but I'm also fighting aggressively to get it over with ASAP. Okay, deep breaths. Cerberus. Let's try not to be overwhelmed by the task and approach this objectively. I was fortunate enough to have the huge help from player Gabriel Lopez here, who basically walked me through this fight like a teenager helping their grandma cross the street. Oh, and by the way, the name Gabriel Lopez will come up a lot here, and I was going to talk exclusively about him in one of the intermissions, but I think he deserves his own video. Please stay tuned for that. The strategy for Cerberus is to walk left and right and hope he switches head and uses a move that locks him in place, allowing you to spam combo 1 on his arm and drop him. This will in turn give you a chance to hit all 3 heads simultaneously, and hopefully allow you to do a good bit of damage before he switches to the red phase. Now just like in the upgrade version, the icicle attack will be the hardest move to dodge. In the blue phase, you can run to the sides and side roll once you see the marking on the floor. On the red phase, however, you're at the mercy of fate. The best way to maximize your odds of making it through the entire move is to mash pause and try to move 1 frame at a time, only slightly moving Dante away from the markings on the floor. This is as consistent as it gets, but many runs were killed by accidental hits nonetheless. There are just so many configurations where there is absolutely nothing you can do, especially if he decides to spam it. To avoid spamming, I try to aim the icicle move close to him to force him to swipe with his paw. I don't know if this changes his AI to stop the spamming, but at the very least it gives you a little break. If you set up the blue phase successfully, hopefully the icicle head is already close to death and you can simply stay on the corner and shoot it until it explodes. You can then stay in the same corner and keep shooting. Some people like to try to drop him again, but in the red phase he's much more aggressive, stays still less often, and takes more hits in the paw to fall. So I just keep redoing this fight and shooting it in the corner. This strategy obviously will significantly drop your stylish points since you're doing a lot of ENI damage on no style, which is why it's important to do the previous fight as stylishly as possible. I believe I finished mission 3 like 3 times without damage before I got the SS, which is something that we have to expect in every run. The successful run you're about to see really shows that I earned this SS, because I dodged the icicle multiple times successfully and managed to engineer the stylish points to be just barely above the threshold. You can even hear me at the beginning complaining about a no damage run exactly before while I failed style. I also started feeling a huge discomfort on my thumb caused by a heavy mashing of the ENI firing button during the red phase. a problem which would worsen as the challenge progressed. Considering the physical damage this mission caused me, I at least hope you enjoy the run you're about to see, because that will make it all worth it.
Sweet dreams.
Cara, era muito essa, velho. Como que o style tá tão baixo? 4.512? Foi muito longe.
You scared? You scared? You scared? Come and get me.
Phoenix Rider.
You scared? You scared? Come and get me. Breakdown. Blast off. You scared?
I'll do the stupid fight as many times as necessary. Menos do que essa missão 3, velho. Vai acabar o tempo. Com certeza. Valeu, Gabriel. Créditos pro Gabriel. Antes de qualquer coisa. Caralho, que missão difícil, velho. Ganhei 2 kg de músculo no meu braço. Só fazendo essa missão, velho. Nossa senhora. Ai, eu vou chorar. GG's.
In this day and age, you can find literally dozens of examples of SS ranks from various extremely talented players. This is largely facilitated by the fact that modern consoles can record the last hour of your playthrough, and you can literally upload your successful run at the push of a button. Back in 2006, things weren't so easy. You had to either point the camera to your TV or have dedicated capture equipment and accompanying hardware to store all your videos. This means that learning from other players was difficult, and the idea of an SS rank on DMD was extremely daunting in isolation. The game gives you conflicting messages about whether it wants you to get the SSs or not. On one hand, you can see your total ranking anytime in the mission menu. On the other hand, there isn't any special costume, difficulty, or video you get by getting SS ranks in every mission on any difficulty. The game rewards you with the bare minimum, which is an image and a sentence. But like, that's not nothing, right? The devs clearly put the time to acknowledge your effort, and if you want to technically unlock everything in a game, you need to do it. Anyone who finishes DMC3 on DMD will tell you how much pain and misery they went through. And you need to take 0 damage in the whole mission to get an SS, which is insanely hard for a casual player. Trust me when I say no one on this planet got an SS rank on mission 16 as Dante just by casually playing and accidentally bumping into the best rank at the end of the mission. Literally anyone who's seen an SS rank in basically all missions was actively looking for it, and trying to execute a well-crafted strategy to achieve such feat. This challenge is insanely hard. For reference, if you go to Steam's achievements in the HD collection, you get one by getting an S rank in all missions in any difficulty. Like it could be on easy for all they care, and still less than 2% of the players had this achievement. So the game formally doesn't want to recognize this challenge as something you just do in it. And yet, it's taunting with the total ranking screen, constantly reminding you there's more to be done, even if it seems completely daunting, overwhelming, and clearly out of reach to your skill level. Which is why players across the planet in 2006 had their collective jaws on the floor when on a fan site called devilslayer.org, a player named Pokey86 uploaded 20 videos in decent quality obtaining an SS rank in every single mission in the game. I can't stress enough how these videos seem like an absolute miracle that should never have existed, let alone so soon. Pokey has devised strategies that over 20 years later, players still use because they copy someone who copied someone who copied someone who copied Pokey. The dude single-handedly and without any external input discovered the following: how to demolish the Vanguard with Royalguard, how to turn enigmas, some of the hardest enemies in the game, into your little using Nevin, how to cheese servers with Spiral and Ice Age, how to block Gigapete's purple orbs with Ultimate, how to destroy all prides with Volcano on the elevator, how to defeat Agni Rudra with Royalguard, how to demolish the Levy Heart with Never an AR sight, how to break Nevin's shield with a charged String, how to do the Garyon loop with Real Impact, Killer Bee jump cancels on Vergil, Quicksilver to reverse Vergil's DT, the Mission 15 cheese strategy for orbs and style, the Quicksilver strategy for Lady, the Royalguard strategy for the chessboard, using Stinger and Dance Macabre to go fast as Swordmaster, the Trickster strategy for Arkham's Legions. Let me remind you, all of this within less than a year of the game's release, before the special edition had even had a chance to come out. He also wrote a tutorial on Devil's Lair that is available to this day. Thank you, Cat, for keeping the site alive, by the way. And while some of the orbs and style criteria are slightly off and some parts haven't aged really well, what the intergalactic fuck? The tutorial is still surprisingly relevant to this day. In 2007, when I finally built up the courage to attempt this challenge, I owe much of my success to Pokey's videos. Not long after Pokey, and as YouTube started to gain prominence, another user named Gemusi uploaded some videos as well that are up to this day. Much to my sadness, he changed his name to Gem, but I forgive him because his videos are amazing. He also innovated in adding commentary to the videos, even with some basic movie maker editing, and came up with various clever strategies that helped me a lot when Pokeys were too difficult. A notable example is the Twister strategy in Mission 19, which makes getting to Arkham trivial, and so you can squeeze many more attempts until you get lucky with the stupid legions. I am grateful that such talented players were able to share their craft with the rest of the world so early in the game, because that certainly encouraged me to push further when I thought it was impossible. So thank you. In a normal SS challenge, the first 3 missions are usually the easy ones. Getting to mission 4 is usually a turning point where players put a pin on the chronological order and go try easier missions like 6, 13, 17, and 20. Here's where things start going from extremely difficult to absolute mayhem. We're stopped with the first fight. Wait, no. Before that, we actually need to get to the fight by crossing a hallway full of lusts. And if you ever tried any SS on DMD, you know how scary that is. Thankfully, this is at the start of the mission, and not after a super hard fight. Right?
We use high time to surf across the room on top of a Lust and make it to our first fight. Now normally the first 3 enigmas can be taken care of with a DT, but now things are different. And just like the previous 3 missions, style is a point of concern here. So we start by dodging beams and doing an absolutely disgusting strategy to kill the first enigma with high-ish style. Now we have to do something about the fact that some enigmas will DT later on, and DT enigmas are hard to stun and can shoot you while you're trying to knock them down. So we Helmbreaker the side enigmas to keep them away from the rest of the fight and hit them from the camera. And once they DT, we'll finish them off, but also with a disgusting strategy. We then deal with the remaining 2 enigmas in the center of the room. Here, Helmbreaker is your friend, as it cancels any attacks they plan on preparing. See, the thing about enigmas is that their attacks don't have fixed patterns, so as long as they're on screen, you're at risk of receiving a non-stop series of beams with very awkward timing, so it's important to respect their threat and plan your strategy accordingly. Then, 2 enigmas spawn on both sides of the room, and the second one we can safely deal with in isolation. Afterwards, 3 lusts will spawn. First 2, then another one when you kill the 2. Now normally here you kill both enigmas that just spawn instead of 1, have 3 lusts spawn and DT all 3, but here it's good to spawn them in succession. We can kill 1 lust as fast as possible because the third will only spawn after both are dead. Killing the third one in isolation is easy. Finally, an enigma will spawn in the middle, and all that's left is to finish off the 2 low HP enigmas we have left alive. This fight is long and absolutely sucks that we have to redo this every reset. Then we have to destroy the statues and farm others at the crystal, which is long and boring, and going up the elevator we find gluttonies and sloths. Now this fight in isolation is pretty fun. I love Cerberus, and it's nice to have an opportunity to just do some sick combos on enemies that are basically punching bags. It's just unfortunate that this fight is so long, and that the most difficult fights in the mission are still ahead of us. After pulling some sick combos, we move on to one of the worst fights in the entire challenge. It consists of 3 abysses and 2 soul eaters, but with only weak guns at our disposal, this fight is very risky. The soul eaters teleport randomly through the room, and if you're facing away from them, they'll eventually charge at you. If both of them charge simultaneously, the odds of you getting hit are astronomically high, because they'll often dodge one only for the other to hit you when you land. The idea here is to position yourself very strategically at the start of the fight so one of them aggroes what the other one does not. Your positioning should also allow you to aim at the aggro soul eater and not the other abysses. Fire him with DNI until you get close, then finish him off with the shotgun. With one of them dead, you need to focus on the second one while dodging the abysses. You can do it like usual, briefly facing away from him and shooting with the shotgun, but the presence of the abysses may cause you to lock onto them instead. There's too much randomness to control in this room, so you need to redo it multiple times to get used to this fight. Fortunately, you can actually practice this specific room multiple times by falling off the cliff over and over again, which is pretty nice, and I hadn't thought of that until much later on in this mission. Now, there are 3 abysses left, the third of which will DT once you kill the other 2. So the optimal strategy here is to kill one in isolation as fast as possible, then lower the HP of the other 2. Fake High Tide shines bright here to allow you to surf in one of them and isolate it, and you are also equipped with the best weapon to deal with them, Cerberus. Just ensure the coast is clear before jumping on the abysses because you cannot cancel out of the surfing animation. This goes for every time you're surfing on an abyss, but it's especially important when there are 2 that may charge you at different times. Engineering the camera angles here can be helpful to minimize the risk. If they start approaching while you're killing one, you can jump on it and find another corner in the room. Finally, make sure to fight them as stylishly as you can since the Enigma fight will lower your style, and we have to make up for it. Yes, this is another mission where you won't know if you got an SS until you see it in the screen. With the Abysses defeated, all that's left is one of the worst bosses in this entire game. The universal strategy for this challenge is to deflect the purple orbs with Million Step. This is risky, inefficient, precise, and requires lots of practice. It also does not guarantee that he'll die, so to maximize the odds, we must do as much damage as possible to him before he switches to the blue orb phase. We start the fight by spamming Revolver on top of him. Because this move takes Dante's feet off the ground, he will not spin and allow us to hit him until he's fully inside the hole. Now he has 2 possible patterns: the fast exit with the spin, or the slow exit that is a straight path. We want the latter because that will tell us his next 4 movement patterns. We'll let him go forth and back and do a little damage to him at each time, trying to get super close to half of his HP. Then, it's time for the big finish. Helmbreaker as soon as it comes out, combo 1, then combo 2, first attack on the body, second on the head, then crazy combo perfectly parallel to his body. Then mash like a maniac to ensure you don't stop the combo before he's done shooting the orbs. And pray to heavens that he dies. If he doesn't, no one will come to save you. His final phase is full berserk and you'll very likely get hit. This is one of the toughest missions in the entire challenge, and here it is in its entirety. Enjoy.
Sweet dreams.
O que é bug?
Come on, wimp. Come on, wimp. Come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me.
Não, eu sei, mas o que você tá falando?
Come and get me. Come and get me. Too easy. Crazy? Huh. Woo! Break down. You scared? Woo! Break down.
Tem que pegar ele. Come and get me. Break down. You scared?
scared? Come and get me.
Não me apego, não me apego, não me apego. Tem apego sentimental a qualquer atente. Óbvio, já deu. Só style agora. Yeah! Ai meu Deus, finalmente. Eu vou chorar. Eu vou chorar. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna cry. Let's save. Ah, GG's, man. GG's.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm having PTSD of this mission just thinking about narrating this. If it turns out I've been worshipping the wrong god and get sent to hell for eternity, I'm pretty sure my punishment will be to redo this mission over and over again, only to fail in style or time at the end. The biggest reason I've been slacking off on this challenge is because I knew on paper that this mission was going to break my spirit, but I wasn't prepared for how right I was. This mission is so hard it took Gabriel 4 days to finish it when he did this challenge. Gabriel, a guy who gets 4 SSs in this challenge in a single day, a guy who beats every boss in Mission 18 with only Nevin and no DT and still gets an SS rank with 1 second to spare, a guy who beats Mission 18 with only guns and no DT, destroying the entire chessboard and calls it fun. 4 days! How am I, a mere mortal, supposed to do this? Well, a long road is walked one step at a time, so let's go from battle to battle, room to room, and dissect this godforsaken mission. We start like every good mission does, with a long ass, boring ass fight we have to do at every attempt. There is a wave of 3 blood goyles followed by another wave of 4. Once you kill 2, all the remaining goyles will DT. We petrify them all and kill one as fast as possible. For the first wave, I leave a small one in full HP and DT and finish him off in isolation. Then come the other 4. Chasing them around the room is a hassle, so I just wait near a wall, enjoying the small moment of peace, and hope that they'll dash toward me, which is not consistent since they may get stuck on the wall. If that happens, I can use my 6 Cerberus combo to attack them all simultaneously and bump my style, which leads me to item number 1 in the frustrating mission from Hell checklist, having to grind style early on. The reason I am forced to do this will become evident, don't worry. With this lovely battle out of the way, it's time to kiss your will to live goodbye. despite the many contenders, Jester is by far the hardest boss in this entire challenge. In order to do damage to him, you have to stun him by doing enough attacks in a limited time span. With no moves to get close to him quickly, and barely any moves to attack this early in the game, the only documented way to stun him currently is to fire shotgun 7 or 8 times with switch cancel and do 1 rebellion hit. Your switch cancel has to be extremely on point, meaning you need to fire exactly 1 ENI shot as soon as the game allows you to, and then switch back to shotgun repeatedly. This hurts your thumb like hell because you'll probably want to mash your shooting button like a maniac and just learn to time the weapon switching button. If you manage to stun him, now it's time to do damage. Never mind the fact that this asshole has like 1 trillion points of HP, you now have a choice to 1. Attack him somewhat stylishly, or 2. Deal as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, these 2 options are at odds, because the most damaging combo you can do is spamming Rebellion combo 1. This will absolutely kill your style, and you have to make up for it later in the mission, which as we'll see, will also probably be something you can't do. So I'm forced to pick option 1. But if I do, I am gambling with the possibility of having to deal with 1 extra loop, which astronomically increases your odds of getting hit or running out of time. The solution? Do a stylish combo till he's down to 25% HP, and then do the cheese combo 1 spam. Now let's talk about Jester's orb patterns. 1 orb, no problem. 3 orbs, a little riskier, but manageable. If you're ballsy, you can even do some damage to him while paying attention to the closer orbs. I can't do that, so I'll just stay in the corner and pulse count. 2 orbs, prepare to regret all your life's choices. In typical SS runs, you would avoid this pattern by staying mid-air with Never. Here, you have absolutely no escape options, so you're a hostage to fate. This pattern takes absolutely forever to end. It's extremely dangerous and random, and the only way I'm able to deal with it with my old man reflexes is to pause coming to oblivion. This means that every time I get the 2 orb pattern, I'm going to spend half an hour pausing and unpausing trying to meticulously dodge the orbs, only to most of the time get hit and reset anyways. And please note that the way Jester's RNG works is in an extremely evil way. It is almost impossible that he will use the same pattern twice, so if you manage to escape the 2 orb pattern at one point, the next time you have a 50% chance of getting unlucky. Given how long it takes to kill him with just basic old combos, you go through about 5 patterns before the end of the fight. If, and that's a big if, you manage to stun him every single time, which, considering he may randomly spawn very far from you, is definitely not a given even if you are an absolute beast at switch cancel. So I went through the absolute hell of practicing this fight, and once in every 50 tries I started making out of it alive. But at least now it's a breeze, right? Making it out of this fight alive is just an appetizer for a 7-course menu from hell that this mission is. If you watch the movie The Menu, you can basically emulate the experience by trying an SS on this mission in this challenge. First course are the Goyles, second course is Jester. You'd think the third course is the next fight of Enigmas and Sloths, but you'd be wrong. The next course is actually getting there. You see, the staircase that leads to the place you use the Vergil has 3 lusts, and there's a very real chance that, as you make your way through the door, you take a fat luster cut to the face. To minimize the chance of this, we need to fake high time and surf from the closest lust, but you need to be ready for this guy to luster cut you as well. And also hope that you don't get a luster cut mid-surf. There are only a handful of worse feelings than beating Jester only to reset in this room, and some of these feelings also occur in this mission as we'll later describe. So you made it to the Enigma room. You are now greeted with 6 Enigmas and 2 Sloths. 4 of the 6 Enigmas are the moving variety, which are the ones that run away from you. The good news is that this is the only fight you are forced to fight the movie Enigmas in the whole game. The bad news is that this has to happen in this fucking godforsaken mission. We start with 3 Enigmas and 2 Sloths. We need to mission for the 2 static Enigmas and send them back to the room to think about what they've done. Then, we need to get rid of the movie Enigma. I didn't know it then, but you can stun lock movie Enigmas with Cerberus, whether or not they're in DT. So if you see me not doing that, it's because I suck. The Sloths are a rare instance in the mission where you can farm style. But remember that making one of them DT will allow you to kill him in high style, but it doesn't count too much towards your final tally. So don't do what you see me do. Finally, 3 movie Enigmas drop, and here's where all bets are off. Ideally, you will kill one as fast as possible, and then even out the damage of the other 2. You can do this somewhat consistently by standing where one of them land and hitting some non-knockback attacks. The other 2, however, will randomly surf back while attacking you, so it is rare that you get both simultaneously. If you want to guarantee a no damage fight, it's often good to corner them and just shoot from a distance to lower their HP, but obviously this comes at the cost of style. If one of them DTs in full HP, you can use Cerberus to stun lock him, provided you're able to corner. After all 3 are dead, all that's left is to kill the standing Enigmas you corner and end the fight. The 5th course of the worst dinner experience ever is returning to the Lust hallway and making it back to the door. You can again surf in one of the Lusts, but there's again a non-zero chance that as soon as the Lust appears on camera, you get hit by a luster cut. When I did this mission, I was under the illusion that style was calculated by the amount of time spent in each rank, so you see me shooting here thinking I was grinding style. Poor sucker. The next course of the menu is probably one of the worst in this entire challenge, the Pride Elevator. You may not have given this part much thought because on a typical SS run it can just volcano the price to hell, but here you're turbo fucked. You see, the problem with prides is that when they are all jumbled up, it is insanely hard to hear and see who's attacking and where. Having 4 prides next to you is all but guarantee you take damage, even if you hover mid-air, do whatever you're thinking about doing right now. You need to drop them out of the elevator fast, which here you can do either with shotgun shots or helm breakers. The former is very useful when they're mid-air, but it doesn't throw them far enough when on the ground. The latter increases your odds of dropping them, which are at an extreme high risk of getting hit when you get to the ground if one of them is attacking. This part requires a lot of practice, and as far as I can tell, lots of luck once again. Unlike a typical SS, the first waves of prides are harder than the last because them all dropping together is definitely the highest risk you have here. Finally, we get to the boss, Agni and Rudra. But before we talk about them, keep in mind 2 things. 1. Given all the bullshit we just talked about, you get here once every bajillion attempts. And 2. The time limit for this mission is 16 minutes, something that was calculated on Dante's Awakening without considering that you're gonna spend a billion years on the Jester fight, and you don't have a lot of it left here. Having said those 2 things, we have 2 strategies to choose from. The first is the Gabriel strat, which is to bait them into hitting each other with precise positioning and shot timing. The second is the Helix strat, where you helm breaker one of them to make the sword drop, kill it as fast as possible, then do the same thing when the second guy gets both swords. Both strategies require you to play well, so I did a third strat instead. Do the same thing as Gabriel, but mess up every attempt at making them hit each other. This strat is slow and will take my stylish points, but it's what my hands allow me to do. Now I know what you're thinking. This fight comes in the end of the mission, but you can simply practice it until it becomes muscle memory, right? And normally you would be right, but you're forgetting that this mission was handcrafted by Satan himself. And it turns out that the AI changes when you die and retry the mission, with their timing becoming different and them dropping their swords more easily. Which means that if you practice, you'll be creating bad habits you won't be able to apply to a real run. So when you get here, tough shit, you have to do this blind. But okay, say you did the Goyles, you beat Chester, you got graced by the Lust twice, you got some good Enigma patterns and passed the fight, you got lucky at the elevator, and you did a flawless blind Agni and Rudra. This mission is also by far the hardest mission to grind stylish points at. First, because adding more battles and more risk on top of the barrage of terrible fights here is stupid and irrational. And second, because even if you wanted to do that, you'd have no time. Doing some practice runs here with heals and life upgrades will quickly teach you that you often finish the mission in the 15-minute mark. And sometimes even the A&R sword pickup cutscene is sufficient to make you run out of time, which means that A, you have to start farming from the first Goyle fight instead of later in the mission, and B, you will fail style. So every attempt you do where you don't even know if you're going to make it past Jester, you have to be taunting and doing style engineering at the Goyles and throughout all of the fights you can. Viewer, I kid you not, I did this mission no damage 5 times before my 6th and final attempt that ended with an SS. 5 times I failed style, and I could feel myself dying a little each time I saw an SSS say yes on screen. Overall, this mission took me 2 weeks of missed weekends and nights, practicing non-stop, and sometimes during hours-long session of mashing square on Jester switch cancel, I can feel my thumb just pulsating. The pain was unbearable, and over a year later I still feel it when I press my thumb. I tried icy hot and immobilization, but after so much time I think I'll just have to learn how to live with this stupid pain. Without exaggeration, besides being by far the hardest thing I've ever did in the game, I'm pretty sure this mission gave me permanent physical damage. I hate this. I did not have fun, and I'm glad it's over. Fuck you, Mission 5. I hope you step on a Lego. Enjoy, I guess.
Sweet dreams. Come and get me. You scared? Break down. You scared? You scared? You scared? Come and get me. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come and get me. Blast off. You scared? Crazy? Crazy? Breakdown! Crazy? Crazy? Come on, wimp. Breakdown! You scared?
After the hell we just went through, we get a well-deserved easy mission. The good thing to come out of mission 5 is that we get a shiny new toy, Agni and Rudra. This may not be the best weapon in the game, but it has by far the best attack in a no upgrade run. Cross Slash does ridiculous amount of damage, has almost instant startup, and can be jump cancelled. We bring it out to the playground and ready for the Trial of Warrior. Pardon me, but I'll boast here about the fact that this mission took me less than 20 minutes to assess. Hard times create strong men, and I think I came out of mission 5 a much better player. The only hard thing about the Trial of Warrior is getting rid of the 2 starting lusts, which if you try enough times it becomes pretty consistent. If you get a luster cut, just reset and try again, no biggie. Besides that, use shotgun to drop enemies, avoid poke play like the pole plague, and enjoy turning enemies into your punching bags. Here you go.
Sweet dreams.
O Dark Senna vai ser onde eu vou colocando os vídeos conforme eles vão saindo. E vai ser mais coisa de Devil May Cry. Eu transformei a Aya no Dante.
Come on, Whip. Come on.
No site Homecoming de DMC2. Não, velho. Em nenhuma realidade alternativa isso aconteceu. O bom dessa missão é que só tem 3 Lust, velho. Passando dos Lust já é tranquilo. Vai vir mais um quando vier os slots.
You scared?
E como tá todo mundo em DT, a gente desce cacete em quem vier, velho. Conseguiu outro controle já? Ou conseguiu completar o controle que você tinha quebrado? Vi. Pega o Lost, pega o Lost. Não deixa o Lost se mexer. Vi, pô. Se você conseguiu frescar, Mas é fácil pra você que sabe jogar, né, velho? Eu que sou podre, vou ter que fazer do jeito... Vou ter que achar estratégia nova aí pro chess. Estratégia consistente. Porque nem tudo que eu vou fazer o cérebro daquele jeito de novo, velho. Será que a gente já vai conseguir a 6 agora, velho? Se não acabar o tempo aqui, pode ser que já seja essa. E eu não fizer nenhuma besteira, né, claro. Quase que ele me pegava agora. Acho que eu não vou pegar tênis não, velho. Não preciso dar tênis pra nada não, né? Valeu, Gabriel. Começar o emprego hoje já. Quantos orbs é nessa, velho? Nem me lembro. É 5.000. Tem que pegar ainda os orbs da maquininha lá. Segundo dia. Nossa, você tá gostando? Será que a gente vai bater o novo recorde de missão mais rápida que a gente já conseguiu? Acho que já deu aqui de orbs, né? Eu tenho 83. Quanto é que é aqui de orbs? Ah, meu Deus. Vou pegar esse bicho daqui só pra... Ah, o que será, velho? Eu não lembro se é 5.000 ou se é 8.000. Qualquer coisa a gente faz de novo. Yes! 12 minutos de live. Eu juro que eu não pratiquei essa missão, velho. Valeu, falou. Easy.
devils-lair.org/tourney.php. This was the page where, from the week of November 11, 2007 to March 16, 2008, Devil May Cry 3 fans from all over the world would tune in to watch the video entries for the TrueStyle tournament, hosted by none other than Pokey86. There would be 7 rounds, 6 of a specific style with Dante, and 1 where you could freely choose the style. The rules was simple: Mission 2, Dante must die, and obviously no Super Dante. Your video had to show the whole mission, including the ranking screen, and you could do whatever you wanted to finish the mission. Any weapon setup, any costume, anything. And after that, you just needed to show your creativity. It's pretty crazy what opening a DMC3 talent show to the entire world summons. I truly realized I was a terrible player because these guys just danced around the enemies using such smooth movements it looked like the sloths were more props than enemies. I want to highlight 2 players here. First is a Japanese player called Brea, all of whose videos are just total masterpieces. Brea taught me how to swap jump cancels around, chain surf, and just overall play the game in a way that, like, seriously, to this day, I don't know in what wavelength someone's brain has to operate to be this naturally cracked drafting these beautiful combos on the fly. I remember trying to chain surf myself on missions 2 and 3, making some embarrassing videos where I cut at the right time where I failed to continue the chain. And even when I got it 3 times in a row, I was already over the moon. Which brings me to the second player, Beautiful Mo, who turned chain surfing into an art form, and was also a master of artful jump cancelling. Like, what you're seeing on screen right now is him swapping between abysses mid-air on jump cancels. I can't.
Filipino player Charugas has an insane trickster entry where they do one of the cleanest combos of swing cancels I've ever seen, and I love how he could helm break a jump cancel the Vanguard in such a fun way. Player F3OS won the freestyle entry by combining both insane gameplay and one of the funniest edits that graced this earth.
I need a whole army to kill a bunch of guys. Just come on, dance on, dance on, try to hit it. Come on, boom, headshot. Boom, headshot, yeah. Down, more with excitement. Get down again. Boom, headshot.
The TrueStyle tournament had a second, a third, and a fourth round, the last of which also included DMC4, and Player Yok1 has preserved the playlist for rounds 3 and 4. You can even find an entry of mine from back then. It was a terrible Royalguard entry that had no votes, but one thing I like about this video is that you can see the faint reflection of me and my neighbor hanging out at my house when we were younger, and I was trying to get a good shot of beating Fallons on Mission 15. That's a rare footage of a simpler time in my life. Before we talk about Mission 7, I have to talk about the way I play the game. So far, all the footage you saw was from the HD collection on Steam. I played on a low laptop which has seen better days, and the HD version often crashes with no explanation. In some of the previous videos you saw on this channel, you may even have noticed the game slows down sometimes. This is unacceptable from a 20-year-old game, and it's just a consequence of a shitty HD port made by a greedy company that wants to just reheat games and resell them with minimum effort. When I started practicing Mission 7, I noticed it required extremely good jump cancelling skills, and the HD collection just wasn't doing it for me. I therefore decided to install the PC06 version with the Style Switcher mod, which fixes many of the native controller problems and allows us to play on 16:9 resolution. The switcher also allowed me to disable music, which I view as an accessibility feature of sorts from somebody who's just tired of most of the songs after 2 decades. To get all the old SS back, I used the F3 button, which allowed you to kill enemies instantly. In a way, this allowed me to convert my old SSs to the PC06 version, but the orbs you see are different from what we had thus far. Just being transparent, this is what I did, and I also used the insta-kill a lot to practice fights in future missions when I wanted to fast forward to a later part of the mission. This was very useful and really accelerated my progress. The last thing you need to know is from this point on I will use the dual inputs for jumping, using both cross and L1. This was the only way I could find to do good jump cancels without switching from default. Since we cannot use DT, the L1 button is free to dual map. Up until this point I played with an 8-bit Duo SN30 Pro Plus, but at this stage I also switched to a Hori fight stick. The latter has buttons that feel like mouse clicks, and with my newly acquired thumb pain, this felt more comfortable. Both controllers had dedicated software that allow you to remap the buttons, and I used those to make both cross and L1 map to cross. In the input display, therefore, you see me doing strange things like pressing triangle and cross simultaneously, but just know that this may actually be an L1 press during jump cancels. I want to be transparent about this because I know some may see one or more of these modifications as cheating, in which case I understand, but I must assure that no modifications were made to the game in any of the videos you see henceforth. I respect this game too much to claim credit on a challenge I don't feel like I earned, and I have streamed basically the entire process of learning and grinding each mission. I feel like, despite the changes, I was still playing the original game, with just the audio disabled and a dual map controller, but the challenges remained identical and unchanged. I hope you feel the same as you continue to watch. Okay, tangent over. When I started this challenge, I was under the impression that after Mission 5 it would be smooth sailing. Oh, what a sweet innocent child I was. I had no idea how many brutal missions were still left ahead, and Mission 7 is the first one to give me a reality check. Let's start with the fact that the start of the mission is absolutely boring. You need to go down and get the Orkut fragment, go through the trampolines, pass through the chess pieces, yada yada yada, until you get to the actual first fight. It's so boring I was actually skipping the fragment while practicing the first fight. This mission is overall very long, and this intro definitely doesn't help. Let's move on to the first and hardest fight of the mission. The 4 greeds. Now everybody take notes because this will be on the final exam. Greeds supposedly work by spawning enemies every time they put their coffins on the floor, but there's a little asterisk here. There can only be at most 5 enemies in the room at any given point. So if we have 5 enemies, they can put down their coffins as much as they want and no enemies will spawn. On DMD, they will also DT when 2 enemies are killed, whether it's a spawn enemy or another greed. Now let's talk about the specific fight. We start with 2 greeds and no enemies. Both greeds spawn only prides, whereas the last 2 greeds can spawn either prides or lusts with equal probability. This fight can go in one of 2 ways depending on how fast you kill the first greed. In the first way, one of the greeds will spawn 3 prides. To spawn the final 2 greeds, you first have to kill the first 2 greeds and then leave at most 1 pride alive, then the other 2 will spawn. And if you don't kill the pride, they will spawn another 2 enemies, again for a maximum of 5. At a 50-50 chance of spawning a lust, you have a 1 in 4 chance of no lust spawning. If a lust does spawn, you have to kill the greeds while dodging luster cuts, and will have to deal with a DT lust after killing the greeds. Lust spawning are by far the riskiest and most annoying thing in this fight, and this route will all but guarantee you face at least 1 in the second wave of greeds. However, there's a second way of doing this fight. If you kill greed 1 before any pride spawns, Greed 3 spawns right away. This is great, because by the time Greed 3 spawns, Greed 2 will be spawning 3 prides. At this point, you can lower the HP of Greeds 2 and 3 and kill Greed 3 instead of 2, which will guarantee that only prides spawn. Here, once again, you will only spawn the next wave of Greeds once they're down to 1 pride. But because you already killed Greed 3, the next wave consists of only Greed 4, which you can actually kill before he spawns any enemy if your jump cancels are on point. The upside of this route is that you can all but guarantee that you will see no lust through the entire fight. The downside is that, in order to do this, you need to be an absolute beast with jump cancels to kill Greeds 1 and 4 quickly. Greeds are tiny enemies if you don't consider their coffins, and their hitbox is small and close to the floor, which makes jump cancels super tricky. Without my jump map 2 at 1, I definitely would not have been able to do this fight. Mastering the first fight was by far the hardest part of this mission. I practiced jump cancels like crazy, and I also practiced a plan B for when they were close to death but my jump cancels failed, which is the act of alternating between the first attack of Rebellion and the first attack of ANR. Some people call it switch canceling. I call it the vushka vush because when you do it goes vushka vush, vushka vush, vushka vush. This is a great way to do high DPS without all the difficulties and uncertainties of jump canceling, but this absolutely demolishes your style. And yes, unfortunately the stylish points problem will make a comeback on this mission. We move on to the second fight, which is a breath of fresh air. Here we have 3 greeds that spawn slots. First just 1, and then another 2. The difficulty of this fight is just camera and audio. There's a lot going on, and when a slot aggroes from far away, you may not hear him or see his animation and get surprised by a homing attack. I guess having no music here does give me a bit of a leg up. It's important to do camera work here to ensure safety. The first greed is easy, but the 2 greeds that follow are a little more complicated. We start by lowering the HP of the farther guy. With a camera angle that ensures we see everything. I prefer to do the vushka vush here because if the slots attacks you mid-air, you may have no escape options. This probably goes without saying, but make sure to kill all the slots as stylishly as possible here. This may not look like it, but as we start to do practice runs, it becomes very clear that hitting the 5000 stylish points threshold is not super trivial, considering Greeds and Vergil are major style wreckers. Speaking of stylish points, if we get to this point, it's time to guarantee that we'll pass style. We're going to whip out the Cerberus and farm style by fighting the Abysses in the hallway. We'll isolate 1 and kill it as fast as possible. By the time we're done with Abyss 1, 2 and 3 will already be close to us, and we can continue cornering and comboing them. The best case scenario here is hitting 2 or 3 Abysses simultaneously with Cerberus, and lowering 2 and 3's HP before killing either and making the other DT. We need to balance the amount of times we farm style with the 20-minute time limit in this mission, which may seem like a lot, but it really isn't, especially considering how long Vergil's fight would take. I realized that 3 times was the sweet spot between having enough time to finish the mission and hopefully being above the 5000 stylish points. We move on to the third and final greed fight. Here, both greeds can spawn prides, gluttonies, slots, and lusts with equal probability, for a maximum of 2 enemies. We again cross our fingers that we won't get any lusts, and we lower the HP of both greeds simultaneously to kill them in close proximity before any can spawn a third enemy. We then finish the remaining enemies before going to the next wave of this fight. Out of 16 possible combinations, 9 of them give you 0 lusts, 6 of them give you 1, and 1 of them gives you 2. Obviously my SS attempt was the 1 in 16, and I had to fight 2 lusts in DT. I was already well prepared for this possibility, so I threw one of them away from the crowd to fight the greeds in isolation, and then later used a combination of shotgun switch cancelling and surfing to maximize the safety of this fight. It was clutch, but now I really feel like I earned this SS. After this, we have a super easy Helvangar fight. With Agni and Ruja, we can now cross/slash jump cancel him, which makes the fight faster and safer, but also kills your style. The Vanguard is one of the best enemies to practice jump canceling on, because his hitbox is massive, so after all this stress, this is a well-deserved break where you get to have some fun. Unfortunately, the fun times are short-lived, as we now need to proceed to Vergil. The first Vergil encounter is the easiest of the 3 times you see him, but in this challenge, things are a bit more complicated. In a typical SS run, you'd probably use Beowulf here to kill or be-jump cancel him up to 13 times for maximum damage. Quicksilver and Kalina are also very useful to destroy his Phantom Sword, or alternatively Nevin's crazy combo. Unfortunately, we have none of these things here, so we have to get creative. To dodge his attacks, we have to be far enough that none of his first combo attacks hit. He has 4 possible attacks. 1. Rapid Slash. 2. Judgment Cut. 3. Combo 1, and 4. The first 2 hits of Yamato Combo 1 followed by an upper slash, which we'll henceforth call Combo Slash. Rapid Slash requires quick reflexes, and generally I don't like to attack him here because you can only hit him once and the game counts it as a counter. I'll explain later what that means. Judgment Cuts are probably the easiest ones to counter, since you can simply dodge by running and it takes a while to spawn the slashes. Combo 1 and Combo Slash are a little more complicated. We have very few movement options here, so the third attack of both combos can hit you from very far away. It's very important to both run away from Vergil and jump at the third attack in both cases to ensure you will avoid any hits. Your window to attack is when he puts back his sword, at which point you can start your 13-point combo. Now here's where we need to maximize damage while not hurting your style too much. I followed Gabriel's advice and did a Rebellion combo 1, followed by an ANR combo 1, followed by a shotgun shot. You can either taunt or fire the shotgun round when he's stunned. Up until I deal a third of his HP in damage, I prefer to taunt because I know my style bar will remain high until I can attack again.
When he finally deals 1/3 of his bar in damage, he will start summoning his Phantom Swords. This will happen roughly 5 combos after the start of the fight if you don't count his rapid slashes. Here it is important to sort of lure him to the corners of the room. So when returning to him to avoid his attacks, we need to position ourselves in a direction that drags him towards the corner. When he summons the Phantom Swords in a corner, you can imagine him being at a 12 PM position in the clock. You need to move to either the 4 PM or 8 PM position, in a 120-degree arc. This will prevent him from teleporting and typically will make him walk toward you. You can then shoot to make him flip his sword, which makes him stay in place for a little longer. With this strategy, he will stay far away from you long enough for him to use one of his 3 attacks. The most dangerous one is when he fires swords from himself, in which case him approaching you all but guarantees a hit. This is why it's important to stay far away at all times. The last 2/3 of the fight are basically the same thing. He will use Phantom Swords, you dodge him, you counter him 2 times, and he will use Phantom Swords again. Rinse and repeat. The only plot twist toward the end is that his Judgment Cut hits 5 times, and you may not be able to outrun them, so it's important to jump at the 5th slash. Forget style, and do as much damage as possible at each counter. And pray that this fight didn't damage your style too much. You won't believe what style rank I ended up with at the end of my successful attempt, which you will now play. Enjoy.
Sweet dreams.
Eu vou parar de dar shotgun aqui, velho. Aí 2 vezes seguidas eu consegui fazer essa luta com a nova estratégia. Mesmo que o jump cancel não seja bom, tipo, se eu conseguir matar ele antes de spawnar todo mundo, eu só tenho que dar uns 2, 3 bichos. Já é bem melhor. Quer apostar quanto com o meu próximo... A primeira vez que eu terminar essa missão sem tomar dano vai ser 4.999 de style. Porque todas essas missões têm que ser feitas da forma mais dolorosa possível. Né? É a primeira parte. A parte difícil ainda não chegou. A parte... Vamos fazer isso em style.
You scared?
quick, thanks to you.
Crazy.
Simbora. Com cuidado, com cuidado.
Come and get me. Crazy. Crazy. Come and get me. Crazy. You scared? Crazy. You scared?
Mais um. Ai.
You scared? Crazy.
Bora, agora é fazer rápido. Mas sem errar.
you, Lugi. Thanks. These lusts were not a good thing, man. Like, they really didn't help me style the style for this mission. Oh, calma. Eu erro muito no Vergil, velho. Eu ainda sou muito inconsciente no Vergil, mas eu vou tentar.
Come on, wimp.
Now I'm a little motivated.
Come and get me.
This may be fun.
You scared?
Now I'm a little motivated.
You scared?
Now I'm a little motivated.
You scared?
Now don't get so cocky.
Should have shot more.
Now I'm a little motivated. This don't may get so cocky. Now I'm a little motivated. This may be fun. Don't get so cocky. Now I'm a little motivated. This don't may get so cocky. Now I'm a little motivated. Die. Yeah. Now don't get so cocky. Where's your motivation? This may be fun.
Yes! Yes! Let's fucking go! Ah, finally! Oh my god, it's been months for this one. Caraca, meu irmão. Valeu, pessoal. Valeu, Gonet. Valeu. Thanks, Lugi. Valeu, Gabriel. Porra, finalmente fazer um save nesse jogo, velho. Oh my god, we did it! Yes, yes, yes! 11:59 p.m. I technically did it on a Saturday, and it didn't require 12 hours for me to grind. This is getting harder and harder. I thought this fucking challenge is gonna get easier and easier. But it's the opposite. Tá ficando cada vez mais difícil, velho. Valeu, pessoal. Valeu. Mais um vídeo pro YouTube, pro Dark Cena. Nossa senhora, eu tô suado aqui, velho. Sem brincadeira. Tá frio aqui, tá... Quantos graus tá aqui agora? 10 graus. E eu tô suando, velho. Alright.
Pessoal.
Compared to the previous mission, this mission isn't so bad. In fact, this mission is theoretically very simple. We have the orb cache at the start, which helps us go a long way toward the orb goal. Then, there's one fight where you need to get a sufficient number of orbs to get the Ignis Fatuus, and then it's the boss battle, which is also, in theory, not bad. But the one terrible, awful, insufferable, absolutely no bueno part of this mission is that you just can't hear the goddamn enemies. So, after a few practice attempts at this mission, it quickly became evident, once again, that style was going to be an issue. To mitigate this, I also decided to fight the first wave of enemies after the first Gigapede run. And boy, these guys are hard when you're stripped out of resources. I decided to use as many crazy combos as I could to max out the style, but crazy combos in this mission are insanely dangerous. If for whatever reason one enemy is left out of the combo, it can hit you while you're doing your business. Couple that with the fact that you can barely hear them, and that Agni Ruder's crazy combo takes over the whole screen and is loud as hell, and every crazy combo here is a death wish. But the thing is, there's nothing else that's safer for these guys, so you need to learn to develop an intuition of whether someone's been left out of the party or not. After many stupid hits in this room and the Ignis Fatuus room, I finally started developing this intuition and making it to the boss more often. The boss strategy I chose here is similar to the one Roku uses, but I mixed in Gabriel's idea of crazy comboing the swarms of enemies. So put together it's like this. I hit the right lung? That's a lung, right? Let's say it's a lung. I hit the right lung until the enemies come and interrupt my flow. Then, I backflip twice without releasing lock on. I taunt to keep the style up, then I try to lure the enemies away. To do that, I mash the NI shots on the lung to both keep the style up and to keep it from stealing my DT orbs, moving away while I do this. Once all enemies are close to me and far from the lung, I run back to the lung for some more attacks. Now this is one of the points where not having DT makes things a little more difficult. If I had DT, I could turn it on and run faster toward the lung, but without it, I had to jet stream, which gives me overall much less time to hit the lung and requires more loop iterations until I can finally finish the fight. During this procedure, you'll often get attacked by enemies. Side rolling in those cases bumps your style, but it also stops the NI from keeping the style up because now the game considers this as a repeated action. This means that firing one round and side rolling is the worst thing you can do because you won't get any style by further firing. When the core opens, you won't be able to do much damage because enemies will soon get close to you. It's important to start by taunting so that your attacks have at least a little bit of decent style. I just need to pause here to say, do you see the amount of stupid style engineer we have to do this godforsaken challenge? It's like half of the challenge is the no damage part and the other half is just not having a hard attack waiting for the ranking screen. Anyways, after a few times defeating the right lung, the boss will start firing lasers. You can do a decent chunk of damage by timing the cross slashing in between the laser swipes. Before the half point of its HP, the laser sweeps the room 5 times and afterwards it sweeps 6 times. This fight is basically an endurance challenge. It takes a lot of practice to live with the constant threat of enemies quietly sneaking in and attacking you at any point of the fight, and repetition here is key. Putting it all together, the mission looks like this.
Sweet dreams.
Still need to get the... Acho que ainda precisa de mais uns... Preciso de menos de 200, que o mob verde já dá. Mas... Eu ainda vou matar uns na...
Come on, Wimp. Come and get me. 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 Come on, Wimp.
Let's go, dude! Simbora, maluco! Deu certo. Valeu, Gabriel, pelas dicas. Mais um aí na tabela. Essa deu trabalho, viu? This was a lot of work. Vamos jogar um pouquinho da nova, só pra ver como é que é. We get the Spyro now, let's go! Okay, so I feel like for the next 3 missions or so, we actually get to have a little fun. Sadly, it won't be forever, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts. Mission 9 consists of 2 Arachne fights, some Enigma dodging, and then Nevin. We also finally get the Spyro, which will make so many missions easier down the line. The first Arachne fight consists of 2 waves of 2. They are weak to Agni and Rudra, but I noticed I was getting hit very often because of how hard it is to cancel out of some of the ANR hits sometimes, so I switched to Cerberus instead. Cerberus is my favorite weapon in the game. And one of the nice things in this challenge is how often there are some small windows for us to use it. Turns out Arachnids are much easier when you can cancel out almost any attack at any time, but one thing that's a bit more difficult in this challenge is dealing with the tiny spiders that come out of a dead Arachnid. Normally going into DT would keep you safe from one of them exploding and causing an epsilon of damage, but without this option, you just have to keep walking and shooting. We move on to the Enigma hallway, which is also much harder without Quicksilver. We'll actually have to go through this room twice throughout this challenge, once here and once in mission 14. The strat here is to stay on a very specific spot where you can shoot one of the right Enigmas so it can open a path that doesn't cross any enemies. That's about it. The rest is just cross your fingers and hope you make it through without getting hit. You can try to time some jumps to dodge Enigmas, but you're probably aware that their attack time is so random that you're basically at the mercy of fate, regardless of what you do. Whenever possible, it's also good to try to adjust the camera so that there are no Enigmas inside, but because some of them move, this is also not 100% safe. After going through the hall, we finally reach the fountain where the Spyro is hidden. We use that to shoot down the Enigmas in the blade hallway that leads to the Ambrosia room. Here we fight 5 more Arachnids. First a wave of 2, then a wave of 3. The latter is a bit more difficult because the last spider will DT when you kill the first 2, so you have to kill one ASAP, then decide whether you want to split the damage or kill a second one ASAP before isolating a full HP DT spider. I chose the former because, believe it or not, the 20-minute cutoff for timing this mission is actually pretty tight. Why, you ask? If your guess was stylish points, you once again be correct. You see, we will do a somewhat stylish strat for Nevin, but even that doesn't seem to be sufficient to pass the 4,000 point cutoff safely. So we'll do the same thing I did in my normal SS run, which is to go to the hallway of priests that spawn Prides and Gluttonies, stay in the corner, and take our Spyro for a spin with the most disgusting style farming strategy in this game, shooting in the corner. Hey man, I'm just trying to make it here, and them's the rules. I did this 3 times and changed before I thought it was good enough. Then I moved on to the boss fight. I never thought I'd say this in my lifetime, but Nevin actually made me sweat in this mission. My strategy for Nevin is to bring out Cerberus, ANR, ENI, and Spyro. We'll cross-slash jump cancel her bats after she does the get ready move, which will give us a huge bump in style. Hopefully we break her shield with a high style rating, at which point we can use Cerberus to combo her for a bit of damage. We'll rinse and repeat until phase 2. But we're going to have to be a little more careful about her electric moves. But it's not too dissimilar. Her get ready attacks take longer as she moves to phase 2 and 3, so you need to have a qualitative sense of how much damage it takes for her to transition to each phase so you can start cross-slashing as soon as possible, but not doing it so soon you get hit. Basically, if you're not sure, just wait until she says sugar before doing anything. Finally, in her third phase, it's easy to bait her kiss attack. When she does that, she'll try to kiss you to drain your HP and recover hers. But fortunately, this move does not count as damage in the final tally, so it will actually briefly get hit. You see, in a normal SS run, you could turn on your DT here and she wouldn't be able to kiss you. But without constraint, this had to be replaced with a revolver, which achieves the same goal, but you briefly get hit. Playing this safely and repeating the loop to the end allows you to see your time and style, and whether or not you were able to add another SS to your table. Enjoy almost 20 minutes of mission 9.
Sweet dreams.
Sou Iter também. Bora, quanto mais eu reseto, mais eu aprendo a matar essas aranhas rápido. Bandido Vergil, aquele RNG que ele solta em você e teletransporta na tua cara, que não tem o que fazer. As cobrinhas do Arkham. Todas as peças de chessboard, que não faz barulho principalmente. Cara, eu vou fazer o que você falou, Gabriel. Eu vou aceitar que eu vou tomar e seguir com a vida. Eu acho que quanto mais eu penso aqui em estratégia pra escapar desses raiozinhos, pior fica. Tô logo do MC3 no DMD. Entendi. I know comprendo. Mas pra quem gosta de sofrer, né? É isso aí mesmo. O polegar já tá latejando aqui. Gostar de sofrer física e emocionalmente, velho. Principalmente fazer um desafio desse depois de velho, velho. É muito masoquista. não é pouco. E depois de velho, seu reflexo tá baixo, seu corpo machuca, sua paciência encurta, e eu aqui. Eu podia estar lutando, eu podia estar roubando, mas eu tô mesmo. Quase tomei como perfeito. Ai, perdem. Nice. Very nice. Exatamente. Ó, 3 farms aqui. Tomadinha aqui no meio. Eu sei. Da última vez a gente farmou aqui pra caralho. Eu achava que ia acabar o tempo. E foi 16? quero que essa missão seja 19,59, velho. Com 4 mil de estilo. Tô nem aí pro tempo. Vou só matar esse grid e a gente vai. E já ajuda nos orcs. Essa agora foi 16, foi menos de 17. Ah, esqueci de mudar o lugar de bolsa. Quase me esqueço agora. Sem Agni e Rudra já era basicamente reset, né? O tempo que a gente gasta farmando está, o tempo que a gente não gasta aqui, velho. Imagina se eu não estiver jogando turbo, hein, velho. Quer ser? Acho que ia ser mais fácil fazer styles. Tipo, como com estilo se não tivesse no turbo. Minha cabeça pensava mais rápido. Vai. Ah, ficou horrível isso aqui. não deu crazy combo. Já tá na fase 3, não? Tá não. Eu tô errando muito aqui, velho. Vai baixar de cara. Acho que ainda não tá na fase 3. Tá. Ai, meu Deus. Acho que não dá não. Ei, fui. Fui nervoso. Será que foi? Ou acabou o tempo ou acabou o style. Um ou outro, sempre é um ou outro. Yes! 1653. É nóis, é nóis, é nóis, é nóis. Ganhamos, ganhamos, ganhamos. Trabalheira como sempre, né? Mas essa foi divertida, velho. Eu gostei dessa. Isso aí, velho.
We talked about devilslair.org, probably the biggest DMC website in 2007. There were forums where we could discuss story, techniques, and other non-DMC or non-gaming related topics. We had a fun time there. There were also many websites made by Brazilians back then too, but by and large I think the most popular way for Brazilian DMC3 fans to connect was the DMC Orkut community. I remember that's where someone posted the Poke86 video links, highlighting how crazy it was that someone finished DMC3 on DMD without taking a single hit. And by stalking some of the posters' profiles, I ran into someone who had a picture of their TV with their ranking screen, and while I don't have the real picture, I remember there were SSs in every mission and every difficulty, and S ranks in all of DMD, with additional SSs on missions 1, 2, 3, 6, 13, and 20. At the time, me being the edgy teenager I was, my profile was a picture of lady with no name, so people decided to call me Mr. And I just rolled with it. I remember recording one with a video camera before things went digital, and paying a fortune to have it digitized. I missed the deadline to post my Trickster entry, but this is basically my first ever recording I made of a DMC3 playthrough, and it's near and dear to my heart. I miss the DMC community and the simplicity of Orkut communities. I wish social media would go back to the basic things that worked, and we could have that back. Or maybe I just associated it with a simpler time in my life where I didn't have to pay bills. I don't know. Longtime viewers of this channel will know that I think Mission 10 is one of the hardest missions in the game despite being one of the shortest, and I maintain this opinion to this day. That said, something truly incredible happened in this mission. I don't know if it's because I got an SS in this mission multiple times before, but I actually got it pretty quickly and got a very good time while I was at it. You see, I only have 3 videos to compare to, and while this isn't a level speedrun, it always feels nice to get an SS with a kick-ass time. In most of the SSs you just watched, I barely ended under the time limit, and for almost all of them I got the slowest SS of the bunch. I'm not complaining, I'm comparing myself against 3 absolute behemoths of DMC3. But in this mission, I actually got a time of 5:26, way below the 11-minute time limit of this mission. This was only slower than Roku's 5:02 time, but I can live with that. In this mission, I replaced Cerberus back with Agni Ruder for the only mandatory fight that matters. The fight consists of 2 waves of 1 Queen Arachne and 2 small Arachnes. In the first wave, once you are down to 1 enemy, other 2 will spawn. And once you kill another enemy, the last Arachne enters the field. The ideal way to do this fight is to kill 1 Arachne ASAP, then spread the damage of the other 2 so you kill both simultaneously, thus making the last wave spawn at the exact same time. This ensures that the 3rd enemy you kill does make some enemies in the last wave DT sooner, and a DT Arachne is super annoying because they never get stunned and they have a bajillion HP. And yeah, that's exactly what I did. My strategy was to kill the big Arachne first on each wave. This isn't the most family friendly way to do this fight because the queen has a very high HP which you need to drain while dodging other 2 Arachnes. Normally killing a small one is preferred because it's faster, but I don't know. This was the one mission I actually just went with the vibes. I then spread the damage among the 2 small Arachnes, killed both simultaneously, and repeated the strategy for the second wave. I used mostly Rebellion here. With the times I did use the ANR, I got lucky that no enemy was charging at me. The second wave is easier because when you get rid of the first enemy, you don't really need to sync kill the remaining 2. You can just kill the second Arachne and deal with a full HP DT final enemy without anyone interrupting your flow. I guess I could technically have gotten a better time just by spreading the damage, but I honestly couldn't care less. Sometimes good things happen, and I'll just take them when they do. Fortunately, this mission has a very low style criterion, which we also knocked out of the park for a change. Enjoy one of the shortest missions of this challenge.
Sweet dreams.
I think I'm ready to do actual 10 seconds. The key is just like pay attention to the spider webs and listen to everything that happens. Which is way easier with the music off. You're trying to get deeper in part than with DMC and DMC playing from a chronological order. Gotcha. This one is by a very far landslide my favorite one of the series. I like 5 too. I really like 1. We don't talk about 2. 4 is pretty fun as well, but it's half-baked. This one is, to me, like absolutely the best. It kind of sucks that this is the first one chronologically because it sets the bar so high then the other ones may be a disappointment. You know? It's also, I think, the hardest one. They had like absolutely no mercy on the players here, and I respect them a lot for that. Ah, it has Pyro. We're exploiting a little property of this game is that like if an enemy is off camera, he doesn't attack. We use that a lot. And the fact that jump has invincibility frame. Play careful. Okay. I think I have enough orbs too. Do I? I'm not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna get the orbs here. I think I have enough, but I just want to be 100% sure. I can fail in style too. This is on PC. This is the crappy PC 06 version. Max out Royalguard. Royalguard's my favorite style. Almost all my SSs I got on with Royalguard. Yes! 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 Let's go! 4006 style. Yes! Yes! One more! Oh, I'm so happy. That was way, way, way faster than I expected. Awesome. Awesome. No complaints. GG's.
This mission is pretty uneventful up until the point you get to Beowulf. I mean, yes, all the fights are harder than a typical SS, but there isn't really a part that really blocks you from getting to the boss fight. The one exception is maybe dodging the Enigma beans in the wagon with a bunch of prides around you. I always have a hard time with prides, and I got hit in this part more times than I'm willing to admit, until I could come up with a good strategy. The Soul Eater's fight is pretty easy. Kalina N would be better here, but Spiral is not too bad either, and it has the advantage of hitting from very far away in this massive hallway, which is pretty cool. To speed things up a bit, I learned how to high jump to go to the second statue beforehand, and I think this makes defeating the Soul Eaters a little easier as well. We do a very similar strategy to the typical SS, where we try to trap the Soul Eater in the rail and shoot them. Only again with Spyro instead of Kalina. After defeating the Soul Eaters, we move on to the Vanguard. Some failed SSs with no damage taught me that, you guessed it, style is hard here too. I learned how to farm style on the Vanguard by blocking 4 out of his 5 attacks, which bumps your style like crazy. And if you don't do the 5th parry, he won't teleport and you can benefit from the high style to do some damage. After his 3 teleports, you can also taunt before you start attacking. And combining all these things, you can engineer a fight that keeps you above the 4,000 point cutoff. In the wagon, you have a wave of 2 lusts and a gluttony, followed by a wave of 3 lusts. There will be runs where you get luster cut, but you're usually pretty safe if you spiral all enemies into the corner and melee and slash them. It's also a great way to farm style on these enemies specifically. After these 2 easy waves, 2 prides will spawn, and an Enigma will start shooting beams from a distance. You can stun the Enigma with 2 spiral shots, but who you lock on in this room is very random. Since you have more control over the prides, I'd rather try to stun them and avoid the beams. Then a Wrath comes up, which you can safely dispose of by jumping very high after 1 spiral shot. Do as I say, not as I do. Finally, we get to the meat and potatoes of this mission, Beowulf. Obviously, we will use cross slashes up the wazoo in his eye. And fun fact, I had no idea which eye was his weak one until I started running this challenge. It's the left one, by the way. In phase 1, you can just stun lock him by spamming cross slashes and waiting for him to wave his arms before repeating the process. After he's down to about 80% health, he'll kneel, and here we have an opportunity to demolish him with cross slash jump cancels. If you're good at this game, which means we won't be doing that. His jump cancel hitbox is in his upper back, and the positioning to keep hitting his left eye is so precise you need to know very well what you're doing here to maximize the little time you have. Moving on to phase 2, there are a few ways to handle his crates. You can Helmbreaker, you can use Neville's Scope 3, and you can stay in front of him doing stylish combos. Considering that I hate Neville with a burning passion and my style was always low, I decided to Helmbreak the first crate, then stay close to him doing stylish combos. Normally the best way to do DPS here would be the Vushka Vush, but for 90% of the time he throws crates, I was actually trying to go more for style than for DPS. After 5 crates, he'll either do Volcano or the Mad Dog attack where he chases you around on all 4s and pushes crates at you. For Volcano, I had to fight an extremely bad habit I had of jumping right where he'd pound on the floor. In this challenge, you don't have many ways to quickly walk away from Beowulf, and the Volcano range is huge. So what you have to do is walk away as soon as he starts the animation and practice jumping as late as humanly possible. It's also important to know that the Volcano crate will fall where you were when he started the attack animation. So you don't want to walk in a direction where the crate will be lined up between you and Beowulf. For the Mad Dog attack, we need to stay as far away as possible and side roll when he hits the crate. He'll throw 2 to 4 crates at each attack, and sometimes the 4 crate RNG will be impossible to block. If you play aggressively, it's entirely possible you only have to deal with this attack once per fight, which isn't terrible. An important thing going into phase 3 is to make sure that there are no leftover crates in the room. Some of his Mad Dog crates may not be broken if he doesn't run into them for whatever reason, and this may mess up his AI on phase 3, which is something we want to avoid. On the normal non-massy phase 3, we do more of the same. Helmbreaker the first crate, do a mix of stylish combos and the Vushka Vush on the other 4, avoiding the uppercut in crates 2 and 5. At this point, your best bet is to find any opening to cross slash his eye. He can do the 3-hit combo from phase 1, Mad Dog, Volcano, or stun 3 times to cause crates to fall 2 seconds later. I think the optimal strategy here is to take a deep breath, run around, react to whatever he's doing, and find any little opening to cross slash. With some luck, you may even be able to stun him.
If you have the skill, you can also throw some of the crates back at him, lest the room becomes so full he starts throwing stuff at you just with his random punches. Nothing in this fight is particularly super hard, but because it's so long, there's always some room for Beowulf to do something possibly stupid. But I will be lying if I said I didn't have a little fun trying to whack him with cross slashes repeatedly. Enjoy.
Sweet dreams.
scared? Come on, wimp.
When I first saw videos of players doing no upgrade challenges, my first thought is always, how the heck do they deal with mission 12? A primer for the uninitiated. In this mission, you are in a permanent state of DT, but your HP slowly drains with time. The game throws some crazy endurance battles that will make you sweat while you constantly worry about whether or not you'll be done in time. This is amplified 1,000-fold on DMD, where poor planning can cause enemies to DT, and all but guarantee you die and have to restart the battle. If this wasn't bad enough, this challenge locks us at minimum health. So not only are you doing super difficult battles with tanky enemies who can DT, your time to wrap up these battles is minimal. I was hoping the elder gods of the MC3 had found consistent strategies that could make my life a little easier. And while this is true to a degree, even the best strategies devised by the brightest minds in the world still require a fair degree of luck and flawless execution, which is bad news for a player like me. Let's break down the mission into the 4 mandatory battles. We start with the wagon, which is one of the most hated fights in the game. Not because it's difficult, but because it's long and boring, and it's just in the way of us getting into the actually hard stuff. First we have a wave of gluttony punchy bags, followed by a wave of prize that start with quick visit from an enigma. Now normally, for each prize you kill, a new enemy spawns, first on prize then 4 lust followed by a wrath. However, there are 2 skips you can do with this fight to make it go faster. The first is to kill all 3 initial prize simultaneously, which skips 6 subsequent enemy spawns and you go straight to the next wave of 4 sloths. The most consistent way to get this is using melee slash, which guarantees all their HPs are 0, then use a cross slash that hopefully hits all 3. There's a tiny window of less than half a second after killing the first prize where you can finish off the other 2 and still get the skip, but their random walks made the setup for this skip somewhat inconsistent, at least for me. By the time I got the SS I was getting it about like half the time. The next phase is sloths. which you can also try to kill simultaneously to go straight to the next wave. However, this requires a little bit of engineering since they have so much HP, so I decided to just defeat them as fast as possible and deal with the 4 Sloth and Wrath which spawn afterwards. Not doing this skip will simply force you to fight 2 extra enemies, so I'd rather not think about it to be honest. The final wave is 2 Gluttonies, a Sloth, and a Rat, which is as easy and boring as it seems. Now a quick pause for another tangent. In normal SS runs, the hardest fight in this is the 3rd one. It's a Hell Vanguard and a bunch of Prides and Lusts. It's chaotic, it's all over the place, it's really hard to tell if you got hit. Never in a million years did I think that in this challenge, the hardest fight in this mission, nay, probably in the entire game, would be such a big nothing burger like the Altar of Evil fight. Let's dissect it. The second fight in the mission consists of 7 Sloths and 3 Prides. It's a wave of 2 Sloths, followed by another wave of 2 Sloths, and a final wave of 3. What makes this fight insanely difficult are 3 things. 1. This room is absolutely massive, which means you won't be hitting multiple enemies at the same time, and you often have to chase down some enemies from across the room. 2. Sloths have a gazillion hit points, and if one of them DTs, you're basically dead. 3. And most importantly, the most evil thing devs did here is to force enemies to only drop small green orbs that heal 1.5 bars. This means that no matter how small your HP is, you won't get any random drops that heal you fully, which is unlike any other fight in this mission. I can't stress out enough how these 3 things form the perfect harmony to make this fight an absolute nightmare to finish without dying. You have to kill Sloth so damn fast, and you have to be extremely strategic with how and when you kill the Prides. Save them from when you're like 3 seconds away from dying to prevent Sloths from going into DT. This fight has to be precisely rehearsed despite being purely random. So here's what we do. First, skip the cutscene as fast as possible so the Sloths don't move from their initial position. Second, switch to Agni and Rudra, which gives you a tiny boost in running speed. When you get to the front of the door, stay in a very precise position and shoot the closest slot with the spiral. Use Jetstream to slingshot you close to the slot, then surf on him to get to a corner. Most players like the corner next to the Altar of Evil pathway door. I like the corner that's shown on screen, because just through trial and error, I learned that this corner has a higher likelihood of slots getting close to you. Conversely, Prides also get closer, which can be a problem. This is as far as the fight goes with you on full control of it. At this point, you're at the mercy of fate. To actually kill slots quickly, there's just one way. First, cross your fingers that they mostly teleport near you. Second, whichever slots comes your way, lead them to a wall, either by surfing or getting lucky. High time and cross slash exactly 3 times, then Helmbreaker. If you cross slash more than 3 times, you send them flying off across the room, so Helmbreaker has to be your next attack. Now, there are 2 ways a slot can fall on the floor. The first is his leg flat on the ground, in which case you need to high time again to get him to the air and repeat the cross slashes. The second is he kneels, which means his hitbox is lined up with you and you can squeeze a gazillion cross slashes. Obviously the second way to fall is better, but he'll only do that if you're able to keep them in front of a wall. Don't lower their HP. Kill any slot you see with cross slashes. Bonus points if you can lift 2 slots simultaneously, which is faster, safer, and also gives you a bigger hitbox to jump cancel. The aggravating factor here are the surviving Prides. They try to interrupt your flow with their attacks, so you also need to learn to time your high times and Helmbreakers not to sync up with their attacks. Your health will eventually get too low, so you need to kill some Prides to stay alive. Just remember that Sloths will DT when you kill 1 Pride and 1 Sloth, so you can't just kill them willy-nilly. It's best to do it in ways so their death doesn't count toward the DT score of all slots around you. And the quickest way is the Vushkavush. Remember, if any slot DTs, you die. There's a silver lining about this fight, which is if you die you can try it again. This mission's time limit is 18 minutes, so I estimated you can do it about 3 times without getting dangerously close to the time limit. If you die 3 times, it's back to the wagon. If you die, you can also look at the glass half full. You get more orbs, and your final style will be higher. So more attempts at this fight makes the time more risky, but style and orbs way safer. I kid you not, this fight took me 4 entire days of non-stop practice on it alone. Plus, poor Gabriel had to actually make videos describing precisely the cues I need to look out for to do this well. Jester may be the worst part of this challenge, but this fight is probably the most technically daunting, even if the fight itself doesn't make me want to catapult my computer into the sun. Because I'm not too good at jump cancelling, I also had to turn off turbo to give me a slightly larger window to jump cancel properly. Unfortunately, this was the only way I was able to get out of this fight a little more consistently. Ultimately, I had to accept that there's a high degree of randomness in this fight, and sometimes it's just not going to work out. You just have to play as well as possible to prevent that from happening. Moving on to the mission, by the time the Sloth fight is done, I'm basically dead, so I just wait for my HP to run out and retry. I use the Altar of Evil pathway to shoot the Goyles and give me a bit of style bump. Then I wait for my HP to lower to 2 bars and start running. Then I die again at the Gears of Madness to respawn at the top. In total, on my final SS run, I died twice at the Sloth fights and then another 2 times, totaling 4 deaths. Good thing I picked gold at the beginning of the challenge. Quick tangent, Gabriel was the first person to do this mission no style, no upgrade, and without dying. And it took him 4 days, which is to say it's clearly impossible, and I'm not going to attempt that ever. Alright, time for the final challenge before the boss. The Vanguard fight is surprisingly not bad. When we die and click continue, the Vanguard's AI gets nerfed and he only teleports twice. We also have Turbo off here, which gives us a bit more buffer time to think about our actions. Finally, by the time I started getting to the fight, my cross slashes were on point, so I could do massive damage to Vanguard at every loop. All these things combined allow me to kill the Vanguard super fast, which is the hardest part of the fight. What remains is to kill 7 Lusts and 3 Prides, some of which are in DT after Vanguard's death. Lusts will start to spawn one by one for a total of 3 enemies in the room. Their spawn points zigzag between the 2 corners of the room, and the goal here is to target them and shoot from afar with a spiral. Fortunately, enemies here can drop large green orbs to fully heal your HP, so killing enemies fast is not as necessary as the Sloth fight. We finally move on to Garion, hoping to this point that we haven't gotten any hits we didn't see. The first phase is pretty easy, just shoot with Spiral. However, you have to be careful not to accidentally drop Garion right in front of you. And guess what I did in my SS? To do this, we need to fire a specific amount of shots in each loop, and there are many ways you can distribute them. Just make sure you rehearse beforehand so there are no surprises. Obviously, we'll stage cancel to fire spiral shots as fast as possible. In the second phase, the lack of DT here comes to throw a wrench in our gears. There's a pretty nice strat here where you can just mash Cerberus' attack on the carriage and he keeps falling down. Not too different to the 5,000 other loops we do on regular SSs. However, without DT, I had to come up with something creative. Obviously, I'll whip out my favorite Ice Nunchucks, which Garion is weak to, and I'll take Rebellion as a companion. The idea will be to drop him in a well-timed Helmbreaker. Basically, any strong attack on his head when he has his front paws lifted up will drop him. But I noticed that Helmbreaker has the most forgiving timing and hitbox, so I went with that. I had to practice a very specific setup to drop him at the start of the fight, because we need to hit him when he starts running. Do it too early and he won't fall, do it too late and you hit the carriage and fail the loop. I started by locking on, and used the visual cue of when his paws are on the same height to know where to jump as high as possible in Helmbreaker. Then I go to the left side, not right side, left. This matters here because he always spins counterclockwise, so he passes through the left side first, which gives you more time to get close to him. Then I jump on his back and at least try to taunt him to keep the style high, after which I jump as high as possible in Helmbreaker. The timing is tight here, and sometimes you're not able to finish the taunt, but even if you don't, the fact that the taunt freezes the style in place already helps you a bit to keep it high. I noticed that the come and get me taunt is a little longer, and I had run side because I fell from his back mid taunt, so I started playing a bit safer. After the Helmbreaker, we use combo 1 to do damage, side roll to raise style, then wait outside the circle to repeat the loop. Unlike other loops, we'll have to do this one dozens and dozens of times, so it's extremely important to get it down to a science because any missed timing in the Helmbreaker will give you a heart attack. You can do a second attempt sometimes, but not always, so it's best to not put yourself in that position to begin with. After the fight, all that's left is to collect the orbs, run to the exit door, and pray that your past Tyron didn't get hit without noticing. Normally I'd release a primal scream after seeing this SS, but unfortunately my stream disconnected mid-attempt. So I didn't even celebrate properly because I was so worried about getting my stream back up. But hey, an SS is an SS, whether or not it was broadcast in its entirety. There's no sugarcoating it. This mission is really hard. Even if you give yourself the death constraints, but I'd be lying if I say I didn't have fun. And I hope you enjoyed the end result of all that practice.
Sweet dreams.
Ora. Eu demorei demais aqui. Corre, 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 corre.
hora demais aqui.
get me. Come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me. Come on, wimp. and get me. Come and get me.
Yes! 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 If you beat this game at some point, you probably may not even remember seeing the image shown on the screen. You can actually revisit the image in the gallery menu, but the sentence only shows up when you beat the last mission required for the image to appear. Kinda like a trophy or an achievement in today's games. There's a cheat code you can perform at the main menu that unlocks everything in the game, all costumes, difficulties, and gallery images. So you can see all of them before you earn them, but not the sentence. The sentence you only get to see when you get the image. Since the game was released, we knew the requirements to unlock each image. You get one image for each difficulty you beat, for a total of 5. Easy, normal, hard, very hard, and Dante must die. You get another 4 when you get an S rank in every mission in all difficulties excluding easy. You also get an image when you beat Bloody Palace with Dante, and another one when you beat it with Vergil. Finally, to unlock the last 4 images, you need to get all SS ranks in all difficulties except easy. As you achieve harder and harder challenges, the game showers you with compliments about how awesome you are. And the question that lingered on my mind for years was, what is the sentence when you get all Dante Must Die SS's? To the best of my knowledge, this wasn't documented anywhere on the internet back in 2007. So in order for me to find out, I had to actually do the challenge. That was my main motivation. Back then, I did get all SS ranks in other difficulties before doing DMD, so the DMD SS image was the only one left. I don't remember which mission it was, but my game had this super weird glitch on one day where, after I finished the mission, the game started showing me all the sentences as if I had just earned them. That's the kind of glitch that only happens in discs on a PS2. I reacted quickly, grabbed my Nokia 6131, and started taking pictures of each image, which I also kept for posterity. This is a huge spoiler for the game, so skip to the next mission if you don't want to see the sentences. But if you have no interest, this is what the game tells you for each milestone. After the Sisyphean task of finishing Mission 12, at least this one gives us a little break, right? Well, not really. In normal SS attempts, Vergil 2 is one of the easiest bosses in the game. You can do massive damage to him with Killer Bee jump cancels, you can use Quicksilver to break his DT and destroy his Phantom Swords, and really that's all there is to it. There are some chess pieces beforehand, but you can wipe the floor with them if you DT. And if you're really good, you can wrap up this mission in under 5 minutes. Unfortunately, we have none of these tools in this challenge, and for this reason Vergil is free to use his most brutal tools while we have no defense options.
To make matters worse, the first fight is boring. Like, it's not difficult, but it's pretty long since bishops are pretty bulky. Pawns are easy, but when they're all jumbled up, you can get hit pretty easily. They have no audio cue on their attacks, with their only telegraph being their swords getting red. But the PC06 version we're playing doesn't have proper colors, so you don't get to see that either, meaning that our only tell is their sword is moving, which gets pretty hard to see sometimes when they group, and you're too focused on getting jump cancels right. I won't dwell too much on this fight since this isn't even the main part of the mission. The fun actually begins at Vergil, and I'd go as far as to say it actually starts when he whips out the Yamato. Our setup here will be ENI, Spiral, Rebellion, and Evan, for reasons I'll explain in a second. The first third or so of the fight is fairly easy. You stay a safe distance away from him, just far enough to dodge the attacks but close enough that he won't teleport right next to you. He'll do one of 4 possible combos. Combo 1, Lunar Phase Starfall, Combo 1 with Lunar Phase and Starfall, and Teleport Starfall. The last one is the hardest to dodge with the lack of movement options and the speed at which he comes down from the ceiling, but you can get used to it, sort of. When we have an opening, we'll hit him with Rebellion Combo 1, followed by Combo 2, followed by another Combo 1, and finish with one of 2 Spiral shots. At about a third of his HP, he will enter Devil Trigger, and if in your last attack cycle you did enough damage, he'll also summon the Phantom Swords. We want him to do both things simultaneously. Here's where Nevin comes in. If you start a jam session as soon as he summons the swords and jump at the very last frame of the cocky animation, this requires very precise positioning, and you'll often have to be psychic to predict when he starts summoning them. To make matters worse, you need to mash the melee button insanely fast to trigger the jam session, and if you don't, you'll be wasting very precious time, as you need to ensure the jam session is already in place when he summons them. For this reason, I also play this mission with turbo off. My fingers aren't what they used to be, so the mashing sessions hurt a lot. The last thing to take note of is that your distance to Vergil needs to be precise. Too far and your jam session won't hit all swords. Too close, and when Dante kneels, you get hit by the swords. Add this to the randomness of your positioning when attacking Vergil, and you need to think very fast to position yourself, know which direction to point the analog stick to prevent a bad drift from coming up, and mash like a maniac so the jam session starts at the right time. This is the most difficult part of the mission and will require tons of practice to get right. The rule is pretty simple. There's a set amount of time after you break the swords after which you will not summon any. This usually adds up to 2 or 3 attack cycles. After this time, it's pretty much guaranteed that he'll summon again. To stop his DT, you need to time Helmbreakers very precisely after his attacks, assuming you're above him when he does anything. One thing I didn't do but later learned is actually useful is to also shoot from afar with the Spiral if he's just chilling in the distance. He'll stop his DT after you do a fixed amount of damage, so the Spiral shots can save you 1 or 2 Helmbreakers. If you jump too early, you may be at risk of an unavoidable hit if you just hover with the NI and Vergil uses Combo 1 Lunar Phase Starfall. I figured my best shot if that happens is to use Nevin's air attack, which will lock Dante in place midair. If you practice properly, you can bring him down to 1/3 of his HP with a very predictable set of places where he'll summon. In the route I devised, he'll always summon for the first time when he DTs, then after he turned off the DT I could hit him 4 times before the next summon, and that would always happen. At about this point he'll whip out the Yamato. This stage makes his attacks a lot more unpredictable, and to me it's the point where all bets are off. Rapid slashes and upper slashes are basically jump scares, so staying too close to him becomes infinitely more dangerous. Whenever I got to this point, I started playing very defensively, often just letting his DT wear out instead of trying to attack. This mission's time limit is 12 minutes, and it's pretty hard to go over if you do the first fight somewhat quickly. You may get the feeling that his DT will keep you in an infinite loop, but the reality is, even if you don't break his DT, you take down his entire recovered HP the next time you attack him. I didn't really have a strategy for the last third of the battle. I decided to just keep replaying and developing my intuition on my fight or flight decisions. Eventually I got lucky and made it through the last phase with no damage, and fortunately, I passed style the first time I tried. Here's the whole mission. Enjoy.
Sweet dreams.
You scared?
This may be fun. This may be fun. This may be fun. This may be fun. Look at this devil's power. And worthy is my opponents. Don't get so caught. Now I'm a little motivated. This may be fun. Now I'm a little motivated. Now I'm a little motivated. This may be fun. This may be fun. Now I'm a little motor stimulated. Don't get so cocky. Now I'm a little motivated. This may be fun. This may be fun. This may be fun. Don't get so cocky. This may be fun. This may be fun. Don't get so This may be fun. This may be fun. Don't get so
Okay, so for the rest of the challenge, I promised myself I would turn turbo back on and never turn it off again. This is technically a point in the challenge where there are no more major hard parts, but we're not quite out of the woods yet. As a matter of fact, the mission took multiple days and dozens of hours to go through. This mission consists of 3 fights, sort of, and an escape sequence. We start with actually, you know what? We start with taking the Beowulf, swapping weapons, breaking the combat ejaculator, going up an elevator, grabbing an orb cache and going through the hallway. This whole ordeal takes a whole minute before the damn mission actually starts. Fallens aren't too hard. We hover mid-air with the Unite to keep them up high and cross slash to damage them. With some practice I started to learn how to kill 2 of them at the same time, but that's not always possible, in which case it's best to kill the second one and let the third one DT in full HP. 1 DT falling is easier than 2 non-DT ones. It just takes a little longer, but it guarantees that we won't reset, which is what matters. Moving on to the wagon, we start with a wave of 2 Lusts and 1 Sloth. Once again, we have an immense challenge of beating stylish points, and unfortunately this was one of the missions where my first no damage one was sadly not an SS because I failed style by 37 points. We crazy combo these 3 guys and make sure to kill both Lusts, leaving only the Sloth alive to be used as a punching bag. Then, a Vanguard spawns. Normally this isn't too hard, but not too long after, 2 Gluttonies enter the ring. You can actually kill the 2 Gluttonies without causing the Vanguard to DT, but if you don't kill him sufficiently fast afterwards, he will DT. In normal SS runs, you can DT the 2 Gluttonies and forget they even exist, but in this challenge, dodging and damaging the Vanguard while maneuvering around the Gluttonies' attacks is madness-inducing. I learned to stun the Gluttonies while dodging the Vanguard's teleports, and ultimately decided that the best course of action is to kill them to fight the Vanguard in isolation. When he's alone, we can once again parry his attacks to farm style, then mash either cross slash or killer B jump cancel to finish him off. The 17-minute time limit is pretty forgiving, so we can take our sweet time with the Vanguard. I can't tell you how many times I had to reset the mission because fighting Vanguard on mission 12 without turbo had completely messed up my rhythm on a 3 teleport turbo fight. The most common mistake was pressing the cross slash button too fast and losing my jump iframes too soon, causing the Vanguard to hit me in his vertical teleports. So many times I also got hit by Gluttonies for lack of attention while focusing on the Vanguard. This isn't even the hardest part of the mission, yet it did make me sweat and severely lowered the number of times I got to roll the dice in the next part. Okay, we finally reached the chessboard trials. This, to me, is the hardest part of the mission, partly because we're fighting a bunch of jumpy knights in a tiny environment, and partly because the camera in all of these fights is absolutely atrocious. For these fights I chose the coziest setup in the game: Rebellion, Beowulf, ENI, Spyro. Rebellion is absolutely essential here, because as you see, we may have to cancel out of any attack at a moment's notice. There are a total of 4 fights. You can pick the order in which you do the first 2, and I obviously chose to do the harder one first, which I think is also the hardest fight overall in this mission. In fight 1, we only need to defeat 2 knights and 1 rook, but essentially, you need to learn how to do this damn fight basically blind because the camera can pan in ways where you can't see jack shit. We need to kill the 2 knights first. We can start by charging us straight onto the first knight, at which point he'll attack us. After that, I jump back to stay in front of the next knight who will also headbutt. The knight's most dangerous attacks is when he starts jumping like crazy. It's hard to avoid, it's hard to see, and the number of jumps is basically random. This becomes more difficult considering the rook can also attack, and its laser move has no audio cue. We can minimize the number of times the knight jumps by staying close to it, at which point he uses his easily avoidable headbutt. Using helm breakers as our headbutts allow us to chain combo the knight a few times before he starts jumping again. This is where Rebellion really shines because attacking one knight while the other is jumping or headbutting means you need to dodge at any moment, something we often can't do with weapons like Agni and Rudra. It's important, however, to avoid the first attack of combo 1, which has several non-cancelable frames. Combo 2 is ideal, or just the first 2 hits of combo 1, then stopping. If we kill the first knight ASAP, this fight becomes way less risky. If you're fast, you can kill the second knight before it DTs. All that's left is the rook, which, in isolation, is extremely easy, even in DT. Fight 2 is easy, but definitely something you gotta respect. It's a wave of 3 pawns followed by a wave of 4 pawns. This seems simple enough, but with terrible camera and lack of audio-visual telegraphs for the pawn's attacks, we want to play this as safely as humanly possible. Every time I got to this point, I was nervous and knew I had a good shot at an SS, so I'd mostly run around shooting with a spiral, taunting, evening out damages, and occasionally throwing a few rebellion hits if I was feeling rebellious. Not too much to say here. Even if one of them DTs, their HPs are small enough, and you can use this as an opportunity to farm some style. Fight 3 is the second hardest of the bunch, 2 knights and 1 bishop. We try to set the start the same way as fight 1, charge straight and bait the headbutt on both knights. We'll again try to stay close and helmbreaker to avoid jumps, and if things go south we can kill or be far away until they stop jumping. The bishop is easier to deal with than the rook because there are audio cues, albeit very low ones, which telegraph its fire attack. When the knights are dead, we significantly increase our chances of an SS. It is easy to kill a full HP DT bishop with high style by taunting and shooting when they attack, and doing stylish combos between attacks. Fight 4 is supposed to be the hardest considering the chess pieces, but it's actually the opposite. Here we fight 2 bishops and a rook, and there's this weird rule where no 2 pieces can attack at the same time, which makes it very easy to be in control of the whole situation. We kill the rook first because of its silent attacks, then spread out our damage across the 2 bishops until the DT. I don't think I ever got hit in this fight, and it's a good opportunity to farm a bit more style because we definitely need it. Alright, the final part is passing through the enigmas basically the same way we did in mission 9, but while a hit in mission 9 only meant going back 1 fight, here the stakes are extremely high. We first use the spiral to drop the faraway enigma until he's off camera, then we shoot the right enigma with the ENI until he dies. We cannot use spiral here, or he'll get knocked back from the perfect position he's in. Now the hard part begins. We need to be very careful to pass through the left enigma, which is easier if you have Devil Trigger to haul last, but here it's much riskier. I played this insanely safe, side rolling whenever I felt like the enigma would attack, and because twice this jerk killed my SS. In my successful attempt, I had a mini heart attack right before the end. Killing the right enigma causes a moving enigma to spawn. Normally this guy is no problem because he's always off camera, but I messed up and did a line where he was constantly on screen, causing him to fire at me. Fortunately, I jumped at the exact right time and for once in this goddamn game I got lucky. In total I failed style once in this mission, and afterwards I lost 2 runs to the enigmas because of dump damage. And to add insult to injury, both runs with enigma hits past style,
Finally, I got a successful run after a near hit in the last Enigma where I saw my life flash before my eyes. This SS was obtained through blood, sweat and tears, so I hope you enjoyed the final result.
Sweet dreams.
scared?
The time limit of 24 minutes basically means we can take our sweet time in this mission. Unfortunately, there is only one difficult room right in the beginning. We start with a 2 fallen fight, which, after what we went through in mission 14, is a walk in the park. Next, we do the thing where we spin the dials in a specific way to avoid the Arachne fight. First, spin the dial once, taking us to the Gears of Madness. We petrify the blood goyles to safely enter the Altar of Evil pathway by jumping through the moving gears. And here's the only hard part in the mission. We need to either maneuver around 2 Dullahans and a bunch of blades to get to the Orichalcum fragment, or we need to kill the Dullahans. Considering our serious lack of Trickster in this challenge, it's safest to do the latter. To kill the Dullahans, we need to isolate them one by one. We can do this by staying in the corner of the room and shooting one of them to get them to aggro. This is not consistent, and there's a chance that 2 of them will charge at you. If that happens, you can either YOLO or exit the room and re-enter to try again. When you kill 2, another 2 spawn.
and you have to repeat the process. If you do this successfully twice, you're basically halfway there for an SS. After getting the first fragment and returning to the Gears of Madness, we need to get rid of the Blood Goyle so we can safely climb back up. At the Arachne room, we spin the dial another time. We get the second fragment by getting rid of the Soul Eaters and carefully jumping through the gears, and now it's time to farm orbs and style. We spin the dial 2 times now, switch our Agni Rooter to our old frame Cerberus, and make our way all the way back to our office, where we can fight 3 Abysses. Fun fact, after defeating the 3 Abysses, 2 Vanguards spawn, which I think is one of the hardest non-secret mission fights in the whole game. To defeat the Abysses safely, we run behind the first one that spawns and take him to the corner. Then we let him have it with some stylish Rebellion Cerberus combos. The whole setup is very similar to what we did on Mission 7, so we're in familiar territory here. The style limit for this mission is 4000, so we don't need to kill the first guy with super high style provided we kill the other 2 with an average S rank or above. If we repeat this fight 3 times, we should be in the clear for both orbs and style. Now we make our way back to the top subterranean lac and spin the dial another 2 times. We avoid the sideways gears by jumping as high as possible at its lowest point, carefully avoiding the Dolahans, and spin the dial 2 more times. Enter the provision storeroom, we hug the wall to minimize the odds of Arachnes appearing on camera, pick up the last Orichalcum fragment, and make our way back to the Gears of Madness. All that's left now is to spin the dial another 2 times. To do this, we need to once again get rid of the Blood Goyle so we can hit the wheel uninterrupted. The safest way to do this is to lure the Goyles toward the entrance and kill them one by one. We can take our time here. The mission is almost over, and the last thing we want is to make a silly mistake. We then carefully avoid the Gears blades, hit the dial, very carefully jump back through the gears and back to the door. Make a quick stop at the Orb Crystal to ensure we pass the 8000 mark, and climb the elevator to one of the easiest SSs in the second half of the game. This one is a good mission footage to fall asleep to. Bon appetit.
Sweet dreams.
Então bota a porra da bandoleira!
Vai, filha do c... Eu boto a porra da bandoleira. Eu toda vida que eu reseto a missão pra falar, Isso é muito bom, velho. Ô, luta chata da moleste, velho. Começar a fazer esse rapaz aqui sem estar em DT. Vou resetar bem mais, mas pelo menos eu vou ser feliz. Tô pensando na morte da bezerra enquanto eu faço essa fala ainda. O famoso reco-reco. Reco-reco é poderosíssimo, velho. Se tem uma das coisas que eu aprendi nesse desafio foi o valor do reco-reco. da hora nessa calma. Ok. Sorte. SS, agora, nessa. Vou esperar aqui até sincronizar. Tenho medo desse enigma quando eu tô voltando, porque como eu não tenho DT, eu tenho que ir pelo ladinho ali da porta. Aí eu tenho que jogar safe. Não sei nem se ele me acerta aqui ou não.
You scared? Crazy? Come and get me. You scared? Come on, Wimp. Come and get me.
Já deu aqui, né? Do 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 do. Ba-da 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 da 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 do. Pulo bem dado aqui, bem no meizinho. Deixa esse rapaz passarem. É bom ficar pegando os dois na mesma corrida. Calma que ele não acabou. Vou descer aqui. No, 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 no GG, no GG, no Jinx. Calma, calma, ainda tem que pegar os ovos. Vou receber meu A em estilo agora, né? Okay. Orbs is fine. Style. Time, hopefully. Yes! I told you it was gonna be this one. Yes! Okay, now you can GG. Woo! Nice, nice, nice. Ao vivo, ao vivo. Finally one that I did like. Tá provado que eu ainda sei jogar, né?
It is my honest opinion that there are two ways you can show you are amazing at DMC3, and they can be completely complementary to each other. The first is with DMD SS ranks, and the second is with amazing combos. The game itself shows you what they call a showcase of combos from quote-unquote the craziest DMC players ever. DMC3 basically pioneered the combo video genre outside of fighting games, and to the best of my knowledge, the first combo videos to grace our screens were how Sloth is Dead from a Japanese player,
まほろばの陣立て
and the Elysium from the player named Kaio, and man, these videos go hard. Since then, many people threw their hat in the ring, but probably my favorite one is from friend of the channel Miro, who celebrated the game's 20th anniversary in 2025 with a freaking 30-minute combo video, with every combination of style and devil arms you can think of. Miro also completed the SS challenge, proving there exists at least one DMC3 player who can truly do it all.
Alright, we had a nice little break on 15, now it's only fair that we have to suffer again. The good news is that this mission's time limit is a ridiculous 25 minutes. The bad news is that the style criterion is 4,500, which means we'll absolutely have to farm with an extra fight. We get to decide the order of fights here, and obviously I'll start with the Fallens at the Onyx Moon. After making the 2 balls kiss, 2 Fallen spawn. The space is crammed, but this fight is again not too hard. One Fallen spawns way before the other, and I like to just get rid of him and fight the second one in DT and in isolation. Fallen's unrandom by nature, but it's okay when it's at the start of the mission. We can just reset. Then we dodge some moving enigmas to get to the next fight, which consists of 2 enigmas and 4 blood goyos. This fight can become very chaotic very soon. So what I, and by I mean Gabriel, came up with is this. We first lowered one of the enigma's HP to absolutely lowest possible value. Then we petrify the 2 blood goyos already on screen. We then move to the other enigma and kill him with some Helmbreakers. When we kill the first enigma, other 2 goyos spawn. We quickly finish off the enigma whose HP we just lowered, and now we only have the goyos to worry about. We can then fire with the spiral at random and side roll at the center of the screen to have all of them petrified, and then it's just a matter of killing them one by one while keeping them stoned. Bonus points if you can line them up so a spiral shot pierces through all of them, catapulting your style to the highest value. In the next fight, our good old friend the Knight makes a comeback. After defeating the first Rook, we have to fight 1 Knight and 2 Rooks. Obviously our first task is to destroy the Knight. We start with another straight and do a roll of Helmbreakers and Rebellion attacks to cancel moves and dodge whenever needed. We definitely need to avoid at least 1 Rook attack before the Knight is dead. Then, there are 2 Rooks left, and a final one that spawns after you defeat one of the 2, while the one left alive DTs. We defeat the newly spawned one, and just take care of the last one with as much style as possible. Before proceeding with the mission, we make a quick stop at the Cursed Skull Chamber to farm orbs and style. Here we need to fight 2 greeds that spawn prides, then another greed that spawns slots. I like to get rid of the 2 greeds ASAP because the prides terrify me. We can do this by shooting with a spiral in the corner until the prides catch up to you, then safely moving toward the greeds for some rebellion hits. The last greed spawns when you are down to 2 prides. I like to then lower his HP to 25% so I can finish him off when I feel like I farmed enough. After killing the 2 prides, there will be at most 2 slots in the room simultaneously. You can basically kill them one by one and none of them will DT. They're basically punching bags in one of the easiest fights in the mission. Okay, now we need to get to Lady, which means passing through a series of rooms loaded with enemies. Most of them are easy, except for the very first. Here, the lack of DT comes back to haunt us again. The first room has 2 goyos and 2 enigmas, and we need to make our way to the top. We hug the right wall so enigmas don't show on camera, then jump to the stone, kick jump, and cross slash the top enigma, and pray that you don't get hit by the beam from the other one. Most of the time this works, but I did reset in this room a few times just because sometimes enigmas fire very fast and you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Fortunately, there is a way to practice this room, which is to just keep falling down to the Onyx Moon and climbing back up again. The Lust and Goya room is free. We then make a quick stop to pick up the Artemis, and finally get to the Giant Walker chamber where there's 2 Soul Eaters and 2 Arachnids. I've never gotten hit by the Soul Eaters here, but I wouldn't say that's not a possibility. Finally, we get to the mission's boss, Lady. She's easy, but trust me, she requires practice in this challenge. In a normal SS you could skip her second phase, but here we'll have to deal with it. In phase 1, we intentionally get seen by her while standing very close, then start shooting at a precise time that will make her backflip and aim her cleanly. We then do Killer B and combo 1 twice, then jump while slightly holding back, not too soon so Dante doesn't backflip. Just after a neutral jump to adjust his positioning so that, when he lands, he's not too close to Lady to cause her to switch positions. If done right, she'll backflip and use Clean N again, allowing you to repeat the loop. Once we do this 3 times, she moves to phase 2. Now this one requires patience. First time she lands on one of the bookshelves, we do nothing but position ourselves at the lower end of the stairs to the left of an arbitrary bookshelf. This will guarantee that she falls to the bookshelf to our left, drops bombs, then jumps outward. Knowing this, we can kick jump, kill her B, and punch her once, and that's it. We then move to the exact same position one bookshelf over. This way she doesn't see us, and we're far enough that when she climbs up, we won't get hit by any projectiles. Once she's down to about 30% of her HP, she goes to phase 3 and the hardest part of the fight comes, which is to get close to her again before she uses Fireflies. If successful, you can repeat the same procedure from phase 1 and wrap up the fight. I had a little scare in my SS where she actually fired the Fireflies, but for whatever reason I didn't get hit. Not complaining, glad I made it through. I was so nervous I could barely climb up the stairs afterwards. We jump through the trampoline and pick up the orb cache that guarantees we have enough, cross our fingers that we farmed enough style, and produce a primal scream when the SS shows up on screen. Here you go.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, same. I thought I wasn't gonna have fun in this challenge. And I was right. Release.
You scared? Come and get me.
Yeah. 25. Vou farmar aqui. Vou farmar só com a build. I'm gonna use the setup up until the end. You know.
You scared? You scared? You scared? You scared?
This is too scary for me.
You scared? You scared?
Yeah, I am gonna need the cash. Oh, I need the Agni Ruby. Okay. Getting hit by the Soul Eater in 3, 2, 1.
Get out of my way! Get ready! Get out of my sight! Alright! Get out of my way! Get ready! Get out of my sight! Are you scared? Eat this! Get out of my way! Alright. Get out of my way! Okay.
Nossa, eu gelei no final, velho. Pegar o caixa, pegar o caixa, pegar o caixa, pegar o caixa, pegar o caixa. Sobe, homem. Foolishness, lady. Foolishness. Rage. Cruise os dedos. Cross your fingers. Woo! Let's go. Sorry, I scared my dog. Okay. Ah, feels good, man. Let's go. One more. One more. Ah. We're so close. 4 missions left. Ah, thanks for the GGs. Valeu, pessoal. Valeu, 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 valeu. Oh, dude, it was hard. This was harder than I expected. Actually, no, it was as hard as I expected. At least 17 is easy, so yeah.
Alright, one restful stop before the final difficult missions. Relatively speaking, 17 is easier in this challenge than in typical SS's, even if there are some harder parts when we cannot use style. The platforming part is so difficult for me without Trickster and Air Hike. I embarrassed myself on stream just trying to make it to the top, but eventually I found a strat that, albeit slow, works consistently. First fight is the Lohans Soul Eaters. This is usually free with Quicksilver, but without it I actually needed to learn how to play. I replaced the Rebellion combo 1 spam with a charge straight on the first guy, and the second one I had to learn how to attack while dodging Soul Eaters, which was hard, but it's a simple reset if things don't go my way. We also get to take our newly acquired Kalina in for a spin. Nice. The next room is the spikes, but after a quick detour to re-equip Cerberus. This is by far the hardest part of the mission. Gabriel taught me that the backflip has the most high frames of all jumps, so we walk backwards and backflip at the side of spikes. This is actually harder than it seems. The camera pans and moves a lot, so as you progress, the same distance looks further or closer depending on where you are. The most consistent approach for me is to look at the floor to grasp distance, then practice when to backflip and how firmly to press cross to get a high or low backflip. Passing the spikes increases your odds of an SS to almost 100%, and you will pass sometimes just by getting some good lucky patterns. The Abyss and Soul Eater fight is not too bad, but you do have to do it stylishly. I start off by surfing one of them toward the opposite door and killing him ASAP. Once he's dead, the other 2 Abysses are probably right next to me, so I run back to the opposite end of the hallway so I can kill the Soul Eaters in isolation. All that's left is to kill the other 2 Abysses, which we're pros at by this point. Finally, everyone's favorite punching bag boss, Doppelganger. We bring along our favorite nunchucks to break the lights and Beowulf to do big damage, since this boss is weak to light. We do part of Cerberus combo 1 to break the lights, and do the last Cerberus hit once in the light range to stun him. There are 6 lights total, and when you break all 6 you can hit him for a little longer.
The last slide I break with a swing so I can Killer Bee next to him. Then I like to taunt before doing damage just because the style in this mission is hard to farm. Then straight, combo 1, and Killer Bee jump cancels. This combo guarantees most of your damage will be done at around 5000 stylish points. This isn't a lot of damage, and we'll have to do this loop a bajillion times until he dies. But the time limit is 18 minutes, so you have all the time in the world to do this basically. I messed up on the first loop in my SS because I miscounted the lights, and the PC06 version has terrible lighting that makes it hard to even see whether everything is lit or not. So you get to enjoy a very messy SS on a very fun mission.
Sweet dreams. Come and get me. Come and get me.
It is my honest opinion that there are 3 ways you can show you are amazing at DMC3, and they can be completely complementary to each other. The first is with DMD SS ranks, the second is with amazing combos, and the third is switching your style to Royalguard and demolishing Vergil in Mission 20 on DMD. I made fun of Royalguard at the start of the video, but long-time viewers of the channel know that Royalguard is my absolute favorite style. I got most of my SSs using Royalguard. I did bad speedruns of submissions using Royalguard. Royalguard is the style speedrunners using DMC3. You can do Gigazip with Royalguard, you can demolish Agni Rudra, Beowulf, Cerberus, Vanguard, Leviathan Heart, Garyon, Lady, and the Chessboard King using Royalguard. You can parry literally anything that does damage to you, including environmental hazards, the door hand, the tiny little spiders that get glued to you, even maybe the Leviathan Asset? But there's nothing that looks cooler than those crack players that turn Vergil 3 into a punching bag using Royalguard. The fastest documented DMD SS in DMC3 is done in 48 seconds using Royalguard to skip the Berserk phase, and it's just amazing to watch. But there are other players who just do it for fun. You know those DMC5 videos of Mission 19 where people just bully Vergil? That was the precursor to those videos. Parrying the Booby Rash is objectively the coolest thing you do in this game, bar none. Parrying the Judgment Cuts to do a gold release without jumping is just so insanely cool. And I have first-hand experience of how insanely difficult good Royalguard Vergil is. I cannot for the life of me think fast enough to react to his attacks properly. So I just gave up and accepted that I don't have the Royalguard Vergil gene. If you were ever able to do this,
You scared?
congratulations, you are part of an elevated subspecies of human. Okay, so compared to the likes of missions 5 and 12, 18 really isn't that bad. So it has become a tradition among the 2 Brazilian players who did this challenge to add something to the mission to give it some spice. What I decided to go was to use Cerberus in all bosses in a meaningful way, and my viewers may be liable to commit to this decision even when I realized this was a terrible idea. From mission 18 onward, I also turned the music back on because I don't have to deal with the flinch in your ass guy anymore, and music in mission 18 is actually extremely important. Starting with the chessboard, we need something to fill the boredom of having to wait for the king to come out, so I was making Dante spread his legs with Beowulf combo 2. If we don't pause the game, we can tell when the king will wake up by the music, which happens about a minute or so after the fight starts. I usually like Hammer here to deal damage to the king, but in the absence of style, we use its weaker cousin instead, a fully charged straight. One thing I learned after doing the entire chessboard fight challenge is that every time the king trades with a rook, the traded rook will necessarily attack a few seconds after the trade. With that, we already know to expect both the queen's attack and a rook laser in the following seconds. This is also good because if the king trades diagonally with the rook, we know that we don't need to worry about the laser because by the time we get to the king, we're out of his range. Most of the time the king will DT before we have a chance to kill him, but we just keep doing the same thing. Patience is key. Now here we need to fight a few of the previous bosses, but now with more options of weapons in our arsenal with less worry about keeping style high. That said, I really felt like all my previous strategies were solid enough that I didn't need to come up with new ones. I chose the route Beowulf, Agni and Rudra, Garyon, and Nevin. All of these bosses except Beowulf were defeated with Cerberus previously, so I could just reuse the same strat. For Beowulf and Nevin I used Cerberus and Agni and Rudra, and for Agni, Rudra and Garyon I used Rebellion and Cerberus like before. The only changes in the Beowulf strat is that I would do sick combos with Cerberus instead of the Vushka Vush when he's throwing crates, which will also help ensuring that we stay above the 2500 style limit. I also had to throw the first crate back at him with a cross slash instead of a Helmbreaker, which I learned the hard way that you need to jump very high to use the slash, lest his punch actually hits you because you're mid-air when he attacks. Agni and Rudra was relatively easy. Our strat here is as bland as it gets, and it's just a game of patience until they hit each other twice to drop the swords. Not much to say except I get to do this without having to constantly worry about my stylish rating. Garyon was also more of the same, except because the whole fight is a second phase, I had to be extremely consistent with the loop because, hold on, let me count how many times I had to drop him. 22 times! If I miss the timing of the Helmbreaker once and miss 22 hits, I'm back at the chessboard. I had to practice this a bunch to make sure I maximize consistency and prevented Garyon from creating free will and just ignoring his skill to fall down. Nevin is also pretty easy and helps us quite a bit with style. The strat was the same as Mission 9, except having Kalina Ann helps us break her shield much faster because we can shoot while she's spinning. As a result, this was actually a no damage Nevin unlike Mission 9 where she got to steal a smooch from me. While she's easy enough, I learned a hard lesson not to disrespect this fight. I did not practice how to safely avoid her floor electrocution, and in a great SS attempt, well...
Como, velho?
Mission 18 is long, And it's never an easy mission even when you have all bosses down to a science. This took a few days of practice to maximize my consistency on most bosses, especially Beowulf and Garion. But with enough practice, we had a successful run. I enjoyed the boss so much.
Sweet dreams.
like patience is the key with everything in this fight, in this mission right now. Like style doesn't matter, it really is just being patient, you know. Valeu. Neva feijão com arroz, vamos. Neva feijão com arroz. Thanks, Kid Nameless. We'll see, we'll see. I already got a run dead at Nevan last time, so... Ops. Passamos dos ops. We passed the ops. Será? Woo! Yes! Ah, feels good, man. Thanks, guys, for GG. Thank you, Moonlight. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Moondog. Thank you, Nameless. Doppelganger fez a diferença. Meu Deus. Foi difícil, velho. Nossa, we struggled here. That was hard. But we got another one. Just two more. Beast mode. Alright.
No good SS run can end without unmeasurable quantities of pain and misery just when you start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Mission 19 is miserable on a typical SS run, and it's so much worse in this challenge. You probably know why, but let's go through the fight so we can elaborate on the statement. First fight is 5 abysses. We start with 3, and once you defeat 2 more spawn. We can kill one of them right away without repercussion, and if you can distribute the damage among the 2, you can kill both of them before the other 2 spawn, thus guaranteeing neither will DT.
By the time I was making serious attempts in this mission, I was already a pro at this fight, so you'll see me speedrunning this with a barrage of mid-air killer B jump cancels. Second fight is the mirror run, which is not technically a fight but still something that requires practice. Here you probably learned that 2 BO combo once followed by a 2 orb DT breaks the mirror, but here we don't have DT or DT, so we need 8 BO hits to break a mirror. If you get lucky and a mirror spawns next to you, it's pretty consistent that you can hit it 8 times. At the start of the fight, the cutscene shows the active mirror about 6 out of 8 times, but you have to learn to think in lightning speed because the longer you let the cutscene play, the less time you have to run toward the mirror. If you get unlucky and the mirror spawns right behind you, you won't be able to break it because you can't get there on time. Something I learned in this challenge is that each mirror has its own HP of roughly 8 BO hits. So if you do partial damage to a mirror, and later it respawns at the same place, it will be easier to break. If you do get unlucky though, this fight can get very messy because abysses will pile on you and there are cases where mirrors keep spawning close to each other and to the horde of abysses and it gets really hard to attack. The time in this mission is somewhat tight, and I'm pretty sure the damage to the mirrors come towards your style, so it's probably best when everything works out in this fight to prevent you from doing many hits with 0 style. On to the third and hardest fight in the mission, the Hourglass Rune. The privilege of having Twister allowed me to never have to learn this rune, but alas, we have to grow up sometime. Without DT and upgrades, this rune is basically a slightly easier version of Mission 12 Altar of Evil, where you have to kill a series of enemies in an extremely tight time limit. We start with 3 abysses, and when we kill one, another one spawns. If we kill 2 abysses, all others will live to see their friends demolished with DT. What makes this fight so hard is that the camera shows the entire room at almost all times, so you can't really isolate an enemy without having the other 2 just constantly interrupting your flow. The strategy I devised here was based on a no upgrade run from Heretic, and if you have trouble remembering, just remember the acronym. 1. Take a second at the start of the fight to assess the initial move of the 3 abysses. Which ones are teleporting? Which ones are slashing? Which ones are tossing sides? 2. Pick one of the abysses. Fake hike time and suffer as far away as possible, hopefully in an angle where no other can toss sides at you. 3. Lower this guy's HP as much as humanly possible. Normally 4 killer bees is 25% of their HP, so I usually bring him down to 25%, then do 2 extra killer bees, leaving just a little bit of HP to ensure that I don't kill him by accident. 4. Go back to the other 2 abysses. If you're far, they'll normally throw their scythe at you, which is good because you can killer bee next to them. Depending on where they are, it may be worth to surf on them and isolate them in a corner. 5. Kill this abyss ASAP, bringing your A-game killer bee jump cancel. This will make abyss 4 spawn. 6. Kill the other full HP abyss, the one that didn't spawn, which will make the guy with low HP DT, but not the one that just spawned, also with impeccable killer bee jump cancels. 7. Kill the late spawning abyss, which is not in DT yet. 8. Finish off the low HP DT abyss, which, if you brought him down to 25% in killer bee twice, will require another 6 or 7 killer bees. Lots of things can go wrong with this strat, including having a scythe thrown at you from the depths of hell anytime you're working on defeating an abyss, getting a scythe thrown at you as you prepare to surf, accidentally killing the first low HP abyss and messing up the strat, having an abyss stand right next to you while you're trying to do damage to an abyss and having to constantly stop, and last but not least, several of these small things going wrong simultaneously, causing you to run out of time, which is basically a mission reset because the time is very tight here and you can't do this fight again. This room required so much practice for me that I've decided to just do the first 2 rooms as fast as possible so I could roll the dice as often as I could to maximize the number of shots I had at Arkham. And speaking of which, let's talk about the absolutely most miserable boss of this entire game. The fight is divided in 2 halves, which consists of a cycle where you can do damage to the boss, and a cycle where he hides and throws his legions at you. The more you lower his HP, both the boss and the legions become more aggressive and attack more often. The first half you do by yourself. The second half you do with Vergil as a semi-NPC, whether you lose your style, whose button is now used to making teleport, and your DT for some reason. Also, the game says ass kicking in the Vergil tutorial, which is pretty cool. We have to do another quick detour about a normal SS rank here. The first half is easy and helps a lot with style. You can DT Archon and the legions, you can use Trickster to bump your style without doing any damage, and you can bump your already high style by firing Kalinan on a horde of legions. The second half is miserable no matter what you do. Almost everybody just shoots in the corner and let your hotter sibling do all the work. In this challenge, the entire fight is basically the second half since we don't have style or DT to begin with, but this makes passing the 4000 stylish point cutoff much harder. You see, basically your entire stylish rating will depend on how you fight the legions. You cannot afford to run for too long in between shots, or you will fail style. Pair this with the fact that these guys are extremely random and you have very few windows to attack safely, you're going to be resetting a lot, and I mean a lot. It's very hard to put into words the set of rules that we mentally create to know when it's safe to shoot. You just have to trial and error, and for every combination of legion and dungeon's position, create a mental database of how often you got hit when firing from that direction. Then you have to make on-the-fly decisions that match your risk tolerance. The first 2 or 3 legion cycles need to be done very aggressively, since that's when you have the minimum chance to get hit. As you approach the end, you need to accept that your style takes a hit and let the chips fall where they may.
Needless to say that, whenever the jelly blob is down, you need to fight as stylishly as possible. Trading windows of attack for taunts are very important to ensure every unit of damage is done with a style as high as possible. And bonus points, quite literally, if you can carry over the style you gain from firing the legions to the boss himself. The second phase is more of the same, and more similar to a typical SS in the first phase. You stay in the corner shooting with the spiral, and when the legions come, you do the rapid slash command so both you and Vergil cause as much damage as possible. Forget style here, the legions are too aggressive and you have no choice but to play it safe. The major difference here is that you don't have air hike, so it's extra important to stay very, very far away from the jelly blob when shooting, because the closer you are, the more precisely his blood tentacles target you. There's a bit of a dance between moving away, shooting, and pressing the fire button midair to make Vergil starfall and stay close to him. I don't have many ways to describe the logic of this fight. We just have to do it a lot, until we become one with the jelly blob. I had already reached a state of acceptance that I had to do multiple no damage runs in this mission to get the SS, and indeed my first no damage was pretty far off in style. Fortunately, the second time I barely made it through, so you get to watch me ranting in Portuguese that I wasn't even getting my hopes up until I finished no damage because I knew the chances were low.
Sweet dreams.
He just meant it just like that, but it was still funny, you know. It kind of sounded like, you know, you're not getting to Arkham, you kind of suck. And that's why not shooting the Legion is just a killer beast. I know, we're just kidding. Gabriel roasts me like at least 3 times per stream. According to him, this SS is way long overdue. The only thing is the bane of my existence, stylish points. Please. Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do. I stay far away from them exactly to bait this attack, but sometimes they just chill and do nothing. Fucker! I'm gonna have to YOLO this. Yeah, he can't reach the... Can't reach us from here, which is good. Let's go in. And their sibling was so much better than a game, they always beat you. One time you beat them. They need to get 2 here. Because I didn't get a lot of work. You said there's one at Agni Rudra. Oh, there is! You're right. I don't need to go so far, like to Levy hard. Let's get one here. I like seeing 354 here. I know 353 700 I think is what I need, but I like seeing 354 just. That's funny. I think I can definitely relate to that. You beat them one time, like, okay, that's it, I'm out. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. I can hit him a few more times when he goes berserk. Oh no, oh no, no, no. Oh my god. I deserve to get hit there. It's okay. I deserve that. If you guys see me doing anything that's unsafe on Legions, you know, you think I'm doing something too risky, just let me know. I'm not really quite sure I'm doing it. I'm just trying to like do this again and again and again and sort of hope I learn along the way what's safe and what's not, because I still have no fucking idea. Ainda não entendi o negócio da câmera. Aqui eu vou jogar mais safe, que já tá quase na metade. E é rezar, né? Tem que fazer. E a segunda metade inteira também tem que rezar. Sempre pular, nem que pareça que não é safe.
Acho que sempre comprei esse jogo. Eu tenho que jogar um pouco agressivo aqui, eu acho, pra o style não baixar tanto, tá ligado? Yeah, holding circle is the best way to have him. Okay, high jumps here is the secret, you know. Stay far away, high jumps, I think it's pretty consistent. I hope I don't jinx this. And then like sometimes I have to have him do the killer this way explosive. Oh my god, there's so many! Hey! Oh my god, there's so many! I wasn't even like repositioning Vergil because I just wanted to be focused on like jumping properly. Eu nem me preocupo se atente se não tomar dano, porque o estilo ainda é uma variável muito variável. Uma variável nada fixa. Acho que a gente vai ter que fazer alguns no damages até sair por acaso, tá ligado?
I don't see any opening here. Oh my god. Oh no no no. Oh no no no. Oh no no. So scary. Yes! Yes! Oh, thank you, God. 4,058. Fucking finally. I feel like 1,000 pounds lighter now. Let's see. First things first. Go! Do Brasil! Brasil, Zil, Zil, Zil. Feels good, man. Oh my god, this was brutal. This was definitely one of the hardest ones in the challenge. Yeah, I know. I was just saying, like, I'm gonna have to do like 5 no damages in this mission. You know what? You know, I think the style was low is because like I was killing the first abyss like super fast with low style, and then I had to make up for it like being more aggressive in the legions at the second half. I think that's probably the lowest stylish points in the whole leaderboard, you know. That's fine, I'll take it. Just 20 now. Just 20 now!
Hey everyone, Senna here with an unscripted message. I just wanted to say if you made it this far in the video, thank you so much. This video was a lot of fun to do. Technically I've been doing it for years, but it was also a lot of work. Not only just playing the game and making it through the challenge, but also like the process of editing and scripting. Like, this is totally uncharted territory for me. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I have no idea how this is going to be received. So if you watched it this far, that means you're at least one person who actually took an interest in seeing the whole thing and following along. So really, thank you. I appreciate you. And I hope you enjoyed the last mission. And here we are. We finally reached the calm after the storm. If you recall from mission 13, I said that Nevin combo 2s were hard on my fingers without turbo, so I decided to make my life harder here and do this mission with turbo. We'll bring Beowulf to do damage, Nevin to break the Phantom Swords, ENI for air time and to aggro Vergil, and Kalina M for extra damage and to help with those Phantom Swords in case Nevin doesn't do the job. The first third of the fight's a piece of cake, and we take our time on it, making sure we do slightly stylish combos with Beowulf to guarantee a passing 2,500 stylish points criterion. At around 70% of his health, he will both DT and start using Phantom Swords, which we should be prepared for. We break the swords just like in mission 13, and we can now disable his DT by hitting 3 precisely timed killer bees. Finally, when he reaches about 35% of his HP, he'll start his berserk phase, where he goes down. In this phase, he'll use 3 attacks, which can be either 5 Helm Breakers or his Force Edge combo. Depending on how long it's been since he used the Phantom Swords, he'll summon them in either the first, second, or third attack, but you will have to deal with them every time. I don't know why, but I always had an incredibly hard time breaking the swords with Nevin when he goes into this phase. Because of the nature of his 2 attacks, if you can't break the swords, he'll be teleporting to your face with them. You need to be ready to use the jump iron frames to dodge his Helm Breakers in either of the 2 attacks. If he uses the Force Edge combo, you need to jump on the Helm Breaker, then Killer Bee on the opposite direction of the Stinger, or you'll fall on the swords. If you get the RNG where the swords target you from his direction, there's a huge chance it's game over. The idea for this mission is to leave his HP slightly above the cutoff of the Berserk phase, then the next time you attack him, do 12 Killer Bees, a straight, and 2 Kalina shots for maximum damage. That way you can enter this phase with his HP as low as possible. Then hope you get a good Phantom Sword RNG. Now you're set up for success, because you'll only need 3 more attack cycles on him to wrap up this mission. I want to give a shout out to player Kid Nameless for teaching me how to deal with the Booby Rash attack where you have an explosion of Judgment Guts. This was the first time it was actually necessary for me to learn how to deal with this attack, and when I finally got the SS, I executed exactly the instructions he painstakingly taught me via Twitch chat. That was one of my favorite things about this challenge, how much help I got from my viewers who were watching my very specific struggles. After a certain point, this started to feel less like Senna's challenge and more like a collective effort to cross off every mission, with chat being the brain and me just being the muscle that tried to execute their brilliant ideas. At times I hated this challenge, but the very few regulars that consistently showed up to give me support or just nerd out about their own SS journeys made everything worth it. And I fully dedicate this video to the awesome viewers whose names you see on the screen. I hope you enjoyed the last mission of this challenge as much as I enjoyed playing it.
Sweet dreams.
This may be fun. Now, motor gun. Come and get now. Now get so. This may be fun. Come and get now. This may be fun.
Don't. Ok. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, super lucky here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Now get so.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This may be fun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe it's now. Maybe it's now. Yes! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's fucking over! Oh my god! Thank you, Kid Nameless, thank you, Moonlight, and thank you to Gabriel. He's not here today, but like, just all the credits go to him. The dude helped me like from start to finish. Gabriel me ajudou do começo ao fim, ele não tá aqui, mas eu tenho que dar meus créditos pra ele. And also, thank you, Kid Nameless, thank you, Moonlight, thank you, Matthias, thank you, Moondog, thank you, J Slash, thank you, Luis, Starless, and thank you everybody who was here throughout this entire challenge. We fucking did it, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. In this moment in the video, I'm probably gonna put all the dates of the missions I did here. So... Oh my god. I can't believe this.
It's your mic.
Huh?
Your mic is up.
It's on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Why? Yay! My wife is saying yay. Deixa eu ver aqui. Liberdade. Freedom. Oh my god, dude. Thanks for the GGs, guys. Oh my god, it's finally over. I can't believe this. Do you guys know what happens when you get all the SSs on DMD? I'll show you right now. The game tells you what they think of you. Okay, I'm gonna do this for the third time. I'm trying to get this right now. I could listen to the song forever, but let's see. Haha, haha, haha. So this image is the image you get when you get an S rank in every mission on DMD. Not an SS rank, an SS rank. An S rank. Now let's hear what the game actually thinks of us. This is the third time now that I see this image, and it doesn't get any less awesome when that happens. Holy shit, man. O que você tava fazendo no Vergil aí? Deixa eu ver. Que vídeo é esse aqui? O Choi. É o Killer Bee Jump Castle, velho. No, for real, Kid Nameless. You know what I love the most about this is that, like, the game actually acknowledges. Because there's a lot of challenges in a lot of games that are very hard to get, but, like, the game itself doesn't acknowledge how hard you worked, you know? Like, if you do, like, a no upgrade run or, like, a very hard game or something. It's really cool that, like, the game doesn't require you to do this to get, like, a special costume or a special mode or whatever. But it still acknowledges your effort on the most insulting way possible. And that's really freaking cool. No, for real. It is a regular SS, not like a, you know, Nevin only, Yamato only, no upgrade, no style, no DT. Yep. I agree. I think everyone who gets to see this image is, you know, belongs to a special club. This is why I made the website, by the way. I think everyone who went through this effort, you know, belongs in an exclusive special club that they should be very proud of. Pois é, não tem nada no Special Bonus, né, velho? Mesmo assim as pessoas fazem, sem upgrade e tal. Mas esse jogo, tipo, that's why I think this game is so perfect, you know? Like, it's... At every S and every SS, they give you, like, an image just telling you, like... They made, like, you know, custom-made, like, artwork just for the S and SS ranks. And that's really, really cool. It's funny also that, like, if you log on to Steam and look at the achievement that says, like, achieve every mission with an S rank, which could be, like, easy mode, S rank, everything. I think that's like 1% of the people ever did. Of course, like, it's the HD collection, you know, and people play the other games as well. But it's still crazy, like, how few people actually pursue this, you know. Yo, Retro. I was wondering the same thing here, Kish. I think... So back in 2007, when I did this for the first time, I kept telling myself that there has to be, like, less than 5,000 people, you know, throughout the world who has seen this image. Nowadays, I think it's more common just because there's so many resources on the internet, like so many different strategies on YouTube. It's, like, very easily accessible. But back on the Devil's Lair day, it was very hard to find information. Hardest mission, 5. No, absolutely no doubt. 5 was the most miserable thing I've ever done in my life. That mission just... I no exaggeration, it was like, it gave me permanent physical damage on my thumb to have to mash the shotgun for Jester. So, yeah, another bullshit challenge run, exactly. Yeah, so checklist for 5. You start with a terrible fight, which is the Blood Goyles, which take forever. It's not that the fight's hard, it's just that they take forever, and it's very random. You know, you can't do it like on a fixed way without thinking. You have to actually think about what you're doing. And then there's Jester. Jester is by far the hardest boss in the game. The 2 patterns, like pausing with the 2 patterns, is just awful, and you have to do it like at least 3 or 4 times before killing him. You're always going to get the 2 orb pattern, no matter what. Often, like more likely than not, you're gonna get it like 2 or 3 times. So it takes forever. Until you actually learn the fight, you have to do the Blood Goyles every single time. And then there's the Lust Corridor to get to the Enigmas. You may beat Jester and get a Luster Cut right away. And if you don't, then you get to the Enigma Room, where Enigmas can DT in full HP and run away from you and like hide in a corner, and there's nothing you can do. And then after that, there's the Elevator. The Elevator is awful because you have to helm break. Like the prides, like their sounds overlap each other, you know? So if you can't do anything cheap like Volcano and you have to shotgun them out, there's a chance that like 3 or 4 of them are going to be attacking at the same time and you're not going to be able to hear it. So it's never very consistent to get them out of the elevator. And then there's Agni Rudra, which is like a very, very slow fight. If one of them picks up the sword, you're going to lose a minute. And the time is already very tight. It's 16 minutes, but we already get like very close. So you're gonna like lose time. And after you do all these things, there's a chance that you're gonna fail style, just because the Agni Rudra fight like lowers your style so much. So yeah, it's by far the hardest mission in the whole challenge. Yep. Like it look 4,000 doesn't look like a lot, but in that challenge, like because you have to do Enigma so safely, you know, because you have to do Jester, like Jester is gonna kill your style. You have to do Blood Goyles stylishly. You're gonna have to kill the Sloths very stylishly. You're gonna have to do Enigmas very stylishly, and you're also gonna have to like engineer your stylish points on Agni Rudra, because like for example, when they run away from you, you're gonna have to taunt, you know. You're gonna have to taunt like here and there, like squeeze a taunt whenever you have a chance, just to have the style like slightly above blast, which is what you need. Yeah, I practiced that. The thing Moonlight is that it felt very inconsistent to me, because like if you do the Helm Breaker and you parry and the other guy is attacking you, then you're gonna get hit, you know. So like I wasn't comfortable with that strat. Helix did that in their SS. That was really cool, and that makes the style way more consistent. But I was not gonna risk this. Like if I get to Agni Rudra, you know, I want to maximize my odds of getting no damage. Everything else I can figure it out. But yeah, I got like 5 SSs failing either on time or style or both, like before I got an SS on 5. Yeah, no, Kid Nameless, like the 3, 4, and 5 are just terrible. But yeah, it's over, dude. It's over. What do I do with my life now? Thanks, man. And wait, thank you again, everyone. Kid Nameless and everyone else is on chat, because like this really felt like a collective effort, you know. I really felt like from mission 12 onward, like everybody was giving me hints, you know. Acabou, Gabriel. Só faltou você, velho. Mas conseguimos. Tava todo mundo te chamando, cadê o Gabriel? Mas dê meus créditos aí, você vai aparecer no vídeo. Tava falando que isso aí foi um esforço coletivo, tá ligado? A lot of people gave like a lot of hints, a lot of tips. I tried to incorporate everything to see if I could learn as much as possible. I had to learn so much to do this challenge. I had to learn so much about this game's mechanics, about like the intricacies, you know, os pormenores do jogo, tipo. Eu acho que eu saí desse desafio um jogador muito melhor. I really think like I left this challenge like a better Devil May Cry player. Valeu, Gabriel. E sério, sinceramente, do fundo do meu coração, cara, muito obrigado por todas as dicas, porque se não fosse por você, mas não tinha nem perigo que eu tivesse acabado isso aqui. Então, realmente valeu mesmo. O Gabriel, ele até gravou vídeo pra mim explicando as coisas, velho. Pra me ajudar na missão 12. Tu ia parar na... Eu acho que sim, velho. Eu não ia ter coração, cérebro. Eu não ia ter nem coração, nem cérebro, nem músculo pra conseguir passar da 5. Não, eu sei, pô. Eu sei o que você tá falando e eu concordo plenamente com você. É a sala dos abismos com gigapé. Não, ele tava. A gente tava. Tipo, ele tava tentando me explicar onde ficar no Soul Eater, tipo, pra conseguir pegar só um Soul Eater em vez de 2, tá ligado? Tipo, tem um ângulo que o Dante fica olhando pra parede. Que dá pra você. Um Soul Eater ficar de costas pra você, mas o outro não, tá ligado? Claro que se ele se teletransportar, aí você perde o controle da luta, mas, tipo. A gente tava tentando assim, maximizar a probabilidade de pegar um Soul Eater só pra. Aí quando for só o segundo, ficar mais tranquilo de desenrolar. Ah, rapaz, você. Tem muito Devil May Cry ainda pela frente, muito jogo pela frente, muita conquista pela frente aí, Gabriel. Caraca, velho. On August 22nd, 2007, I finished the Devil May Cry 3 DMD SS Rank Challenge for the first time. On November 29th, 2025, I did what, back then, I was convinced was humanly impossible. Throughout time, I saw various fantastic players upload their runs on YouTube, and the collective knowledge to which these players contributed gradually made this seem more possible. This challenge is dedicated to them, a Japanese player named Roku, with whom I've never interacted and probably has no idea how much he inspired players like me, a Malaysian player named Helix99, whose videos motivated me to push myself even harder, and more importantly, a Brazilian player named Gabriel Lopes, who recorded and edited his runs with a cell phone because he didn't own a computer and yet was able to produce some of the most impressive SS runs I've ever seen and will ever see in my life. I think it's safe to say that this game means something special to them, as it does to me, and I couldn't wrap up this video without inviting you to try Devil May Cry 3 as well. It's a hard game, and it won't hold your hand, but if you push yourself and really learn to engage with the game's mechanics, maybe you too can earn the privilege of seeing your favorite game sold to you on screen. Thank you for your time.